That's got the president's attention as he heads back out on the campaign trail with a sales pitch. High prices and a weakening job market are fake news.
The word affordability is a Democrat scam.
Let's get into all of it. With us today, Oklahoma's Republican Governor Kevin Stitt, the chairman of the National Governors Association, Democrat Gabe Amo of Rhode Island, one of the top Democrats on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, plus a little hardball on the state of politics and the press with Chris Matthews. All that and our best in the business panel of journalists. The Hill Sunday starts now. Hello from Washington and welcome to the Hill Sunday. I'm Chris Stirewalt. The U.S. military campaign against suspected drug traffickers off the coast of South America began on September 2nd. Since then, there have been a total of at least 22 missile strikes on boats, killing at least 87 people. But that first attack continues to reverberate here in Washington because of the now infamous, quote, double tap in which the Navy killed survivors of the first strike. A bipartisan phalanx of lawmakers is pressing the administration for more information after seeing video from the September attack. This has prompted a narrative shift from the White House and the Pentagon. The initial bold assertions from Secretary Pete Hegseth have given way to some more legalistic language, in which Admiral Frank Bradley, who leads the Special Operations Command, has been designated as the responsible party and tasked with offering a legal rationale to Congress. The premise seems to be that the shipwreck survivors still posed a threat because they could have been rescued by other drug smugglers. While Bradley tries to thread the needle, Hegseth has taken a step back, saying he left the room for about 5 minutes after the first strike and was only notified hours later. Okay. With us now, Democratic Congressman Gabe Amo of Rhode Island, and he is a member of the Foreign Affairs and Budget Committee, so we have the right person for the job today. Congressman, have you seen the video, and what do we know about what really happened here?
Well, first off, thanks for having me. Look, this is the contradiction of the Trump administration and the Trump presidency, claiming to be a peacemaker, but then bombing without a clear legal authority, perhaps illegally, in the Caribbean on these ships that we don't have clear certainty. Now, I haven't seen the videos myself, but many of my colleagues on the Armed Services and Intelligence Committee have, including my senior senator at home, Jack Reed, ranking member on Armed Services in the Senate. And so what we need is transparency. The solution here to answering these particular questions is a full public airing. We need Secretary Hegseth in a public setting in front of Congress. We need Admiral Bradley in a public setting, and we need the video footage in a public setting. The president said there was nothing wrong with the video. So if that's the case, I take him at his word. Let's see it.
So the White House, basically, the president is very good at forcing difficult choices on his critics. And so the message is, you're for drug smugglers, right? If somebody says that you're concerned about international law and the rules of war and these things in this case, that he forces Democrats in a choice between, are you taking the side of drug smugglers or are you taking the side of Donald Trump? How do you?
Well, that's preposterous.
Right.
For Donald Trump, the question is always, am I breaking the law in public or am I breaking the law behind the scenes? That is what I'm forcing upon him. And so the way to answer the questions that are reasonable, the American people are not a nation that will condone acts of war that Congress has not authorized on people where we don't actually know with a full veracity and viewing of the facts that they are conducting activity that is problematic.
How real, though, do you think the Republican upset is here? Like, we're hearing stuff off the record and on background and a lot of agitation. Do you really think that Congress is going to take action here?
Well, you have heard from bipartisan members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats coming together in a time when we're not doing that on a lot of things, to say that this is inconsistent with both our values and the law. And so the fact that you're hearing that tells you a lot about this situation and the seriousness with which the administration needs to take.
Okay, speaking of bipartisan not getting along, the Republicans, after the losses in Virginia and New Jersey, got through the shutdown and then said, okay, we got to do something on health insurance. And a lot of it is going to be messaging legislation, but some of it, it seems like there's an interest in real legislation. There are Republicans who now say there should be a 1-year or a 2-year extension of these COVID-era Obamacare subsidies. What we're hearing from House Democrats, though, is they don't want it tied to anything else, that you guys just want a clean extension, and a lot of Democrats in the House seem to want a permanent extension. Where are you, and how willing you are to deal with Obamacare extension?
Well, after 15 years of trying to gut the Affordable Care Act, I welcome Republicans to the conversation. No more concepts of a plan. We need a plan. Now, there's a very short line here. All of the Democrats in the House are on a 3-year extension discharge petition.
Okay.
You know, that process to force a vote on the House floor. We only need 4 of those Republicans to listen to their constituents, see that 22 million people will not be able to afford their health care. Many of them will drop it and cause real chaos throughout our healthcare system. So they can come over to that. I support a permanent extension, but I personally want to see real action immediately. This is not an academic exercise. In a few weeks, people will not have access to this tax credit, and it will hurt our healthcare system.
But you don't rule out doing a deal with Republicans if they say we want this plus health savings accounts, or we want this plus something else. Are you willing to have it be part of a cornucopia?
Well, look, one of my phrases in politics is make the main thing the main thing. Let us deal with the impending inability of people to pay their health care. And that is what you do by addressing the tax credit. And then if Republicans want to have a real conversation about health care reform, again, every week they've had a plan coming next week. So let this be the week that they actually have a plan, but let's deal with those tax credits now.
We're going to have a government shutdown next month?
I hope not. But again, Republicans keep forcing false choices onto our government and, by extension, onto the people we work for. They chose a shutdown instead of dealing with the healthcare crisis that they've magically decided to find solutions to. Let us extend these ACA tax credits, lower costs, save healthcare, fight for our constituents.
Okay, America, if you were from Cucumber Town, which is a real place, it is a real place. You would know him already, but if you don't, here he is, Congressman Gabe Amo. We thank you for your time. Kevin Stitt was elected as the 28th governor of Oklahoma in 2018 and handily reelected 4 years later. He's a conservative Republican from one of the Trumpiest states in the union. Now he has another job. He's chairman of the National Governors Association, one of the few genuinely bipartisan institutions that still draws any water in American politics. So can a conservative from a bright red state build consensus in these divided times? Let's find out. He joins us now from Oklahoma City, the state capital. Governor, thanks for being with us. You've had the gig for just a little bit more than 4 months, and it's a fraught time for relations between the states and between the states and the federal government. You say you want your fellow governors to, quote, step out of partisan corners and into a shared vision. But I am looking at the blue states and the red states, Governor, and I am not seeing a lot of vision sharing going on. What's the idea here?
Well, first off, I really think there's more than you would think. When you get 2 governors from a red state and a blue state together, we actually get along and we like each other, and we're focused on doing best for our states. Like, I know you had Matt Myers on from Delaware, and he's a good friend, and sometimes we might disagree about policy, but we don't hate each other. And I think that's important for the American people to see that, you know, governors have a unique perspective, that we're trying to, you know, make sure that we have the best education system, the best infrastructure, health care. We want the best economy for our citizens, best affordability. And so we might disagree how to some of the policy pieces, but yet we can demonstrate that the best ideas come from the states, and that 50 laboratories of democracy are what our founders envision. Instead of a strong federal government where it's a one-size-fits-all, it just doesn't work. And so we need to put the power back in the states, and I think we're going to be better off. And then let the people choose where the best economy is and where the best policies are, and that whether that's in Texas or Oklahoma or Florida or New York or California. And we're closer to the people. And James Madison talked about that in the Federalist Papers. And we just need to get back to that idea that states are closer to the people. And I think when we do that, we can demonstrate to Americans that we are all Americans. We can get along.
Well, you rang my dinner bell there with James Madison, and we were going to talk about that. But I want to talk about a practical political consideration. So you have to build trust with Democrats, and you're trying to do that. But it also sometimes means pushing your fellow Republicans out of their comfort zones and away from the party lines sometimes. The Trump administration is taking a pretty heavy hand with the states. National Guard deployments, overriding state regulations on things like artificial intelligence, even telling states how to draw congressional maps. Now, I look at you, I see somebody who's trying to walk the line. For example, you're sending troops from your National Guard to Washington after the murder of a West Virginia guardswoman, but you're not sending them to other cities where governors are resisting the president's demands. You have taken some heat from your own side. Talk about how you're approaching these kinds of challenges when it's red and red.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, here's the deal. I mean, we support Oklahoma. All 77 counties went for President Trump, and he's got such a tough job to try to protect these cities that are out of control. Some of these blue cities are just, quite frankly, they're out of control. The crime is unbelievable. So Trump's got a tough job. My point to taking a different stance from kind of the Republican talking points on that was if the shoe was on the other foot, there's no way that a President Biden administration sending California or New York troops into Oklahoma, we would lose our minds. So I'm not going to pit one governor against another, right? So the president has the right to federalize our troops from Oklahoma and send them wherever he wants, or federalize them from Maryland and send them wherever he wants. But I just did not think it was right for one state to send troops to another over the protests of that governor, because that's a dangerous precedent in my opinion. Because the president of the United States can enforce that. He can send troops wherever he wants. There's posse comitatus, obviously, where he can't. We're not going to be policing cities, but they can be there for protection. The federal troops in sending troops to Washington, D.C. is totally different. It is a federal enclave. So when the president asked for troops to go there, it was a no-brainer. I always call volunteers. So we have sent 161 volunteers to Washington, D.C. on a 90-day mission because, quite frankly, under the Biden administration, Washington was not safe, and now Trump has that safe. And then you see that attack on that West Virginia National Guard, that was just unbelievable. So we want to support that. We're a law and order party, and we're going to continue that. And I think most Democrats want to protect their cities as well. They just might have I don't know. You'll have to ask them. But there's just a few Democrat governors that are just so against Trump, they're probably running for president, and so they just want to be yinging when he's yanging, and so it makes no sense, and that's why they're losing this. They're losing because American people see right through it.
Yinging when he's yanging. I'm going to steal that, Governor. Okay, now let's get into laboratories of democracy. So this is, as you say, states are competing against each other. And that's important, but it's horizontal federalism. Mr. Madison's system that you talked about also requires vertical federalism in which the states are competing with the federal government for power. It's not enough to divide power between the branches in Washington for the system to work. So what do we do, and you allude to this a little bit with the Democrats, what do we do about the fair weather federalists who only stand up for states' rights when the other party is in power?
Yeah, it's an interesting point because I watched your show with the governor of Delaware, and you asked me that question that the Democrat governors obviously are all about federalism when the Republican is in the White House, and then they switch when it's the other shoes on the other foot. And I think that's what I think is really an important point that you made there, because we can't have a system that we swing from one pendulum to another based on who's in the White House. And I'll give you an example. You know, when Obama's in the White House, they're killing the Keystone Pipeline, and then Trump comes in and we reinstate it, and then Biden comes back and they kill it again. And finally, the investors and the companies are saying, no more. We're tired of being pulled on this chain and having to invest all these resources to get permits done and get things done. We can't weaponize the justice system. We see people attacking President Trump's businesses and raiding Mar-a-Lago when he's out of office, when a different party's in. And then we can't be a country that swings so far from one pendulum to another, especially on the business side, on the justice side. And I think that's what's frustrating most Americans at this point, that we need to get government out of our lives, let businesses go compete. That's a free market principle. That's why, as the chairman of the National Governors Association, I'm focused on reigniting the American dream. And this idea that it doesn't matter who your parents are, whether you're rich or poor, through the greatness of America and through an education in our free markets, you can go accomplish your dreams. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. That is a bipartisan method, and that's why that's my initiative this year. It coincides with our 250th anniversary of our country, and just really excited to kind of promote that all across the country, this American dream idea.
Okay, right where you are sitting right now, under you is a lot of natural gas and a lot of natural gas pipelines that are taking Oklahoma natural gas all over the country, right? Americans need Oklahoma. But you are trying to bring more businesses into Oklahoma to take advantage of all of the energy that Oklahoma has. You struck a $9 billion AI deal with Google, and this makes a lot of sense in an energy state like yours because the AI disruption is hitting the grid, right? These companies want to go where there's a lot of energy. But and I definitely see the merits there, but how do you think about the other disruption and the disruption in the labor market, especially for younger people, for folks in entry-level jobs or who are in college now and want to get into those entry-level jobs that may get wiped out? How are you yinning and yanging on that question?
Yeah, well, I talk about, economic development is really about the 3 Ps, and that's power, permitting, and people. And so those are the 3 things I focus on. I mean, Oklahoma has the power, and you see Google investing $9 billion. Our electricity costs here are cheaper than any other state. And that means we're cheaper than anywhere in the world. I think we're a third of what they're paying in California because we have a free market system. So we can talk about that. But part of that is because we have our permitting rules in line and we can get projects done quickly. That's what companies want. They don't want all the red tape. They don't want all the, our pipeline companies tell me this. This is amazing. Americans need to know this. It costs twice as much to permit a project as it does to actually build it. So think about that. You build your dream home. You save your whole life. You're building a $500,000 house, and it costs you $1 million for the permitting of that house. That's what's happening right now. Craziness of the federal government and the permitting problems. So we got to fix that. But this idea of people and labor, and to your point, I believe it comes back to apprenticeships. It comes back to getting kids in the workforce earlier, using high school not only to get them ready for maybe college, but what about all the kids that don't want to go to college? They want to go into the workforce. That's why I took a trip to Switzerland and studied Germany and Switzerland's education model, because they think that workforce education is education. And so that's what we're focused on in Oklahoma is let's get kids more aligned, actually working and showing up on time, saying yes, sir, no, sir, having to punch a clock, so to speak, get an entry-level job, learn a skill. And I think that's going to be transformative for our country if we get out of this idea that the way we've been doing has been working. And bringing AI and technology into learning also is super important and something we're focused on.
Huh. See, you surprised me. Okay, America, if you were from Hoot Owl, Oklahoma, you would know him already. Wouldn't that be fun to be from Hoot Owl, Oklahoma? But if you don't, there he is, Governor Kevin Stitt. We thank you for your time. Okay, coming up, it's good news for you politics junkies. The indomitable Chris Matthews is waiting on the other side. We'll talk to him about his new book and the state of politics and journalism today. The Hill Sunday. We'll be right back.
of what's yours.
I hope that every American, regardless of where he lives, will stop and examine his conscience about this and other related incidents. This nation was founded by men of many nations and backgrounds. It was founded on the principle that all men are created equal, and that the rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened.
That was President John Kennedy addressing the nation from the Oval Office on June 11th, 1963, and it almost didn't happen. Earlier that day, Alabama Governor George Wallace had stood in the doorway of Foster Auditorium at the University of Alabama to block the enrollment of 2 black students after a federal judge had ordered that they be allowed to enroll. After 3 hours, Wallace would stand down, and some in President Kennedy's inner circle thought that he should do the same. But one advisor made sure he didn't. Bobby Kennedy pushed his brother to make that first ever presidential declaration for civil rights and to make it on television. He urged it, he felt it, he understood it, and he prevailed. That was Assistant Attorney General Blake Marshall said later. That vignette is from the new book, Lessons from Bobby. 10 Reasons Robert F. Kennedy Still Matters. And lucky for us, we are joined now by the author, Chris Matthews. He had a bestseller with the previous book recounting his time as House Speaker Tip O'Neill's chief of staff and the relationship between O'Neill and Ronald Reagan. He's author of multiple best-selling books, but you probably know him best as a longtime host of Hardball, one of the longest-running and most influential politics shows on television, which, of course, now you can get your dose of. You can subscribe to Hardball on Substack. Welcome, Mr. Matthews.
That's a great introduction.
It's so great to have you here. When I was new in Washington, you had me on your show, and you were only a little mean to me.
Was I really mean?
No, you were. It was great. It was great. I loved being on your show, and I love that you're here today. Television is powerful.
Yeah.
Robert F. Kennedy understood the power, and in the civil rights fight, showing the dogs attacking, the hoses spraying, all of the indignities.
High school kids.
For all of these indignities was offended the conscience of Northern liberals who had tried to tune out what was going on in the South. Talk about the power of TV and media as Robert Kennedy understood it and as the Kennedy.
Well, certainly we learned that in Vietnam.
Yeah.
With Walter Cronkite every night giving us the body counts, the supposed body counts, which weren't even accurate. I think the look of those young black kids, high school age, risking their lives. Those fire hoses were severe, and the dogs biting people. You saw that on television. Bobby Kennedy, to get to your first question, he said it's more powerful to have an item on the ABC News, which was the weakest network at the time, than to have the New York Times.
Yeah.
And that was so amazing. No, are you telling me that the New York Times isn't the most important thing in the world? Yes, he said television is. The television is graphic, visual, and you see it, and you can't forget it.
It's the emotional connection, right?
Yeah.
30 years after that, you changed television. Hardball definitely was part of this change in TV, where normally it was Sunday shows like this, where there's the only place for politics, and politics sort of came into everything.
Yeah.
Talk about the change where politics went mainstream in media and how that happened.
Well, cable television became very powerful because people selected it because they cared about politics and they watched it. Hardball was on, 5 and 7 at night, and we repeat the show at 7. But people at 7 o'clock are used to getting the news.
Yeah.
And there hasn't really been a successor to Walter Cronkite. Nobody's been able to fill that chair, and he was able to say that's the way it is.
Yeah.
And he was able to say when the Vietnam War really turned bad, he said, we'll not do better than a good stalemate here if we're lucky. And it can't be a Pax Americana. It's not going to be our way. It's probably going to be a coalition government. It's probably going to turn red eventually, because we knew what happened in those countries like Laos. But he said that's the best we can do. We've done enough. And that was the end. And that's when Lyndon Johnson said, just to see the power of television, he said, if we've lost Cronkite, we've lost the country.
So the way that, you talk about we're not going to have another Cronkite, one of the things that was great about your show was, look, you're a Democrat, you're a partisan, you are true to the person who God made you to be, you're a Philly guy, you're all of that stuff. It was a pretty respectful conversation, right?
Yeah, well, I wanted Republicans on the show, and certainly I grew up in a Republican family. My father was a real Republican. I mean, I think he voted Democratic for mayor one year because they were giving him a pay raise. But, I mean, I think he went for Barry Goldwater. My brothers were all Republicans. No, two of them are, for sure. Two of them are MAGA. But, and he's already changed it because he doesn't like the Ukraine policy. He thinks that's weak. Yeah, I think I always wanted moderate Republicans. I mean, that's what I grew up with. And I think Pennsylvania Republicans, Eisenhower Republicans, people that are independent, people like Tom Tillis and Cassidy, the senators, and Murkowski, they're standing up right now. They're showing the weakness of Hegseth and, say, Bobby Kennedy Jr. They're acting much more independently, as are grand juries. If you're independent out there and you come up with a Letitia James question, you're going to say, no, thank you. I'm not going to prosecute it. I'm not going to support a prosecution. This isn't a ham sandwich. We're not going to do it. And I think we're seeing that around the edges now.
So this will be another bestseller, The Lessons from Bobby. You already had a bestseller with your...
Do you dictate that here? Is that how it works?
This is how it works. Just here. Let me hold it. Let me have it for a second.
Thank
It's going now it'll be a bestseller.
Well, the big thing, let me just tell you, the thing I've been thinking about all weekend is the message of Bobby was when he was killed, and they took his body from St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York down to Arlington to join his brother, who's already there because he was assassinated. That was the real legacy of Bobby Kennedy. The black crowd in Philadelphia where 20,000 people spontaneously sang the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And how many crowds have ever done that? And in between, like between Newark and Trenton and Philly, there were white crowds of people, poor whites, I mean, really poor people, who one of them guys he saluted, and he lined his whole family up in birth order, and they all stood next to him and saluted it. And there was the way that they sang and the way they devoted themselves to Bobby Kennedy was the real legacy of the guy. His ability to appeal to both sides of the racial argument. And he did it because he would drive around Gary, Indiana with the Tony Zale on one side, the middleweight champion, and Richard Hatcher, the first black mayor of Gary, on the other side of him, waving to everybody. Look, I'm with both sides. I want everybody I want to have peace here. And then when he gave, of course, his great speech the night that King was killed, Dr. King was killed in Indianapolis, which is still a showstopper.
Absolutely. Mr. Matthews, we thank you for being here. Great book. Good to have you. Okay, after a rough run, President Trump and the GOP are trying to get back on offense. At the top of the White House wish list, a rebound on the economy. Will voters say naughty or nice when the Hill Sunday returns? With us now, it's our best in the business panel of journalists. You know her, you love her, Margaret Talev. She's a veteran reporter and director of the Syracuse University Institute for Democracy, Journalism, and Citizenship. Yay. Philip Wegman, he is a White House correspondent for Real Clear Politics. And our friend Molly Ball, she is one of the foremost chroniclers of the Trump era. You've read her in Time Magazine, in the Wall Street Journal, and every place else, and pretty soon in a much anticipated book. Molly, let's go through the TikTok on drug boats. You see here, we're going to show this big magical chart that's going to say that on September 2nd, the president announced that the strike had taken place earlier in the day. Then Hegseth is braggy. I watched it live. It was awesome. And then we get the Washington Post report that Hegseth ordered the second strike. Hegseth denies it. Trump says he wouldn't have wanted it. Then they say it actually did happen, but Admiral Bradley, not Hegseth, gave the order. Now Hegseth says he didn't stick around. He had stuff to do. This strikes me as significant because it's the first real walkback that we've seen in a big way from this administration. Am I reading it right?
I think that's exactly right. And I think what we have seen is the administration clearly has been put on its back foot by this story. The shifting explanations reflect the fact that they didn't have their story together when they first started talking about what happened here. And the larger issue of all of the boat strikes, right? And this whole campaign and what's going on with the military buildup outside Venezuela, all of this has now sort of come together to become a major controversy because the administration hasn't been clear with the Congress or with the American people about what was going on here and has actively resisted giving, a complete explanation. And I think they're going to be called on to do that. There's going to be a lot more scrutiny on this. I think particularly for Secretary of War or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
DBA, Department of War, right.
The artist formerly known as the Secretary of Defense. Right. This is something that has really crystallized a lot of the concerns about his leadership as well.
Phil, look at this. It's Franklin targets the narco-terrorists. Molly's right that for lawmakers, Republicans who want to be hawks, want guys like Tom Cotton, other serious-minded, hard-nosed guys, they're not digging this, right? This is not going to be a sufficient explanation for them. So the White House is making it, and the Pentagon is making it hard for even their allies in Congress to make the case for them.
They are, but Congress reprising its authority, I'm not going to hold my breath here.
Yeah, right.
And the reason I'm not going to is because if you look at the polling picture, we don't have a lot of polling just yet, but 62% of Americans, according to a recent Reagan National Defense study, supported these strikes. And I think that's really interesting right now because thus far, everything that we've seen in the footage that the administration has put out, it looks like it's coming out of Call of Duty or a Jason Bourne movie. It's distant, it's surgical, and what's more of a mainstream issue than blowing up alleged drug boats? Because a lot of people, they say, hey, fentanyl has affected our communities. But that changes when you see the double tap, the follow-up. And Trump has said that he's going to release footage. We'll see if the public changes their mind, and then that pushes Congress to ask for more oversight.
Okay, I'm depressed now, Margaret.
I'm going to make you feel better.
Well, I want to ask you on Ukraine. Which is adjacent here, because the Republicans have said for a long time, we're going to push the administration on. We've heard a lot of Republicans, they've sat on this set, they've said we're going to push the administration on Ukraine. What we have watched instead is Russia is now making some rapid advances. Ukraine, the Zelensky government is in trouble, and it looks like all of that talk is going to end up only being talk, right?
I fundamentally see the boat strike story and the Ukraine story as really different. I think what's going on in the boat strike story is that the president is treating that like a domestic political and domestic security operation, except for it's in international waters with no congressional authorization, and no one has any visibility on what's going on. In Ukraine, there's a lot of visibility. You can see it unfolding right before your eyes, but there are real questions about whether this is for the president more of a business and global investment strategy than it is about sort of democracy protection and the future of Ukraine. And I think, if the Republicans in Congress really had a unified view on this and wanted to support Ukraine, they could, 2 words, discharge petition, because they're doing it with everything else. But when it comes to foreign policy, the president has, I think, so far accurately determined that he writes the narrative for his party and that his party will fall in line. And when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, the president has sent his team to make a deal with Russia that Ukraine can get behind. So that, again, it's not happening behind closed doors. It is happening in front of our eyes. We can see what the strategy is.
Molly, a year ago, I don't know that I would have said how much success Mike Johnson and John Thune would have had in getting stuff through. Basically, all of the president's nominee, passe Matt Gaetz. But all the nominees got through. They put through the big reconciliation package. They held serve on the Democrats. Now we're starting to see there's a little friction going on, and we've got Thune and Johnson fighting with each other. We've got people, we've got Marjorie Taylor, all the way from Marjorie Taylor Greene to Elise Stefanik, now publicly feuding, creating these problems. Is the honeymoon even inside the GOP starting to come to a close?
Clearly it is, but I think you have to understand where all this is coming from. First of all, this is basically the price that Mike Johnson has to pay for the success that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Because he has called in every favor, he has pushed every button, he has twisted every arm, and that has created a lot of hurt feelings, and all of that is now coming home to roost because there's not much else that they have to do, and they're trying to do some hard things still. I think second, though, all of this, including the Ukraine stuff and the Venezuela stuff, is tangled up in politics and the lame duck status of the president and the darkening political picture for the Republicans. Now, if you were holding your breath for the Republican Party to declare independence from Trump, you turned blue and died about 8 years ago.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
That being said, there are degrees, and Republicans are going to be more independent of the president the more the political picture darkens for him and for them.
Phil, they've convinced the president to go back out on the road. He's going back out on the campaign trail. It's always Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. And let's look at, here's the president's economic approval rating. And I think this is from the New York Times. The lines are not going in the correct direction. And the lines are not going in the correct direction, particularly with independents, but an increasing number of Republicans. President says he doesn't like to talk about affordability, but he's going to talk about affordability. What's the thinking?
So during the 2024 election, Donald Trump had to be pushed to talk about inflation and the economy when he thought that the whole ballgame was immigration.
Right.
What we saw from exit polls that it was the economy. That's what delivered the White House back for Republicans. This time around, it's a very similar sentiment. Donald Trump wants to point to a booming stock market, low unemployment, and say everything's great. We've run out of mission accomplished moments for him at this point. And so
we're going to have to stop. I've gone on too far. Coming up, Democrats are waxing up their surfboards as they look to ride a big blue wave next year, but are their primary voters going to let them hang 10? We're going to go whole hog when we come back.
Every weeknight on News Nation, Blake Berman brings you the biggest stories from the top newsmakers in Washington.
We need to treat this for what it is. They've been killing us for years.
They don't have any legal ground here.
The president has the obligation to defend the United States.
The Hill with Blake Berman, weeknights at 6, 5 Central. News for all Americans.
TLC.
Hey, look, winning isn't everything, but we have been hearing an awful lot from Democrats about their moral victory in a special election defeat in a bright red district. State Representative Afton Bain lost by about 9 points in a district Republicans had carried by 22 points in the previous midterms. That's a pretty impressive overperformance, until you compare it to what other Democrats have been doing. Blue team overperformance was closer to 16 points coming into this fall when candidates in New Jersey and Virginia crushed expectations. Think of Abigail Spanberger, who improved on Democrats' performance of 4 years ago by 17 points. It's pretty easy to explain. Spanberger is a moderate in a moderate state, and Bain is a Nashville progressive in a district with a bunch of rural voters. So 13 points or 17 points, what's the big whoop? Well, it is a very big whoop indeed if you are the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and you're trying to not just take back the House, but win a big enough majority to make a difference. So we wondered, how many seats fall into that Bain-Spanberger gap? Let's look. Why don't we look? Here are the relevant numbers for the House next year. 435 total. You know that. Democrats need 218 for a majority. You know that, too. They currently hold 213. Now, look, we're not going to worry about the 33 reddest districts. That's not where Democrats are looking. The first place they're looking are these seats here. You see them here. These are the 96 Republican-held seats with the GOP lean from basically 0 to 10 points. But Democrats won't win all or even most of these. Incumbency, after all, is a hell of a drug. But these are where Democrats are probably going to get to 218. Then there are these seats, these other seats. These are the 54 Republican districts that lean red by 11 to 15 points. The same rules apply, but a candidate like Bain might win if there's an open seat. If the elections were held today, this is where Democrats might get into the 220s. They might get up there into a nicer number. But here is the fatted calf. These are the 37 Republican districts in that 16 to 20 point range. You won't sneak any progressives in there, but you sure could get a Spanberger through. And that's the difference between an okay year like the Republicans had in 2022 and the kind of monster majority Democrats want. Question, will primary voters let Democrats go big? They will if they listen to Rahm Emanuel.
One of the things Democrats have to do is recruit the right candidates, talk about the issues that matter most to people, show them the policies that we have to do, I think, the right by the American people.
Back with us, it's our Best in the Business panel of journalists. Margaret, we begin with you. I know this is like the most inside Washington thing about parsing the difference between losing by this much, or losing by that much.
Losing by 9 or by 5.
Right. Question, though. Are Democrats taking this seriously? Do they understand about the risk and the opportunity and about what they need in their primaries?
Well, you're acting like there's such a thing as Democrats. I mean, there are at least 2 wings of the Democratic Party. So, right. But I think if you look, my institute does focus groups with sort of different blocks of voters, and we just, in partnership with Engageous, we just did interviews this past week with people who had voted for Donald Trump in 2024, but live in Virginia and New Jersey, and then switch sides to vote either for Spanberger
or the unicorns.
Or for Mike
you corralled a number of unicorns. What did they say?
So for them, it was 2 things. It was not necessarily a referendum on Trump, but they don't like the way the economy and that stuff is going. Affordability is a driver for them. And also they candidates very much.
Yeah.
And so they don't like the Democratic Party. They really don't like the Democratic Party at all. But despite their dislike for the Democratic Party, they liked those 2 Democrats better than the Republican alternatives on the ballot. They saw them as common sense, fairly moderate, relatable, willing to buck their own party's progressive wing. That's not every voter. Those are swing voters. So that's not going to turn out young progressive Democrats.
In 2022, Molly, Republicans dropped the bag, right? They could have had a much better year, but they failed. They had bad candidates in a bunch of races, and they wasted an opportunity. I saw Jasmine Crockett has a big announcement coming up on Monday in Texas. What are the chances here that Democrats fumble and that they can't deliver the kind of sort of normie-ish acceptable alternative candidate?
That's the question that I think the party is struggling with right now. And certainly the Democratic establishment would have preferred to see a different candidate in the Tennessee race. Yeah. And that's how I read the result is that with basically the best possible Republican candidate and almost the worst possible Democratic candidate, you still had this 15-point shift.
Right.
And so, yes, they would prefer to not have a Jasmine Crockett be the nominee in that race. And Texas has a very early primary, so that could be an early test of how much the progressive base is turning out for candidates the establishment finds unpalatable, because you can absolutely predict that if she gets in that race, there is going to be a big conversation among Democrats about electability, about what kind of candidates they need to be putting forward in these races for exactly that reason.
Phil, 2028, J.D. Vance is talking about a bunch of very left people, but Josh Shapiro is making some moves. He has things to say about Kamala Harris. When we take the early handicap in 10 seconds, who's your pick for the mainstream Democrat?
Josh Shapiro is looking pretty good. He's tacking towards the center, but of course, magazine writers do not make nominations, so we'll have to see.
But you think Newsom?
Josh Shapiro looks pretty good. Newsom's going to be there for the competition, but no one is in charge. It'll be wide open.
All right, we'll see. We'll have you back. We'll talk about it. Panel, we thank you. Coming up, Hail, West Virginia. Your almanac is next. This is your almanac for today, December 7th, 2025. Yes, this is the date that lives in infamy. In 1941, forces of the Japanese Empire conducted a surprise attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor on Oahu, Hawaii, killing more than 2,400 Americans and sinking or heavily damaging the bulk of the fleet. It brought the United States into a world war that had been raging for more than 2 years. Public outrage broke the isolationist spirit in America, and it was stories like that of the USS West Virginia. Americans were transfixed by the plight of 3 young sailors who survived the initial attack, but were trapped in a sealed pump room for 16 days. After the battleship reached the shallow harbor bottom, these doomed sailors could be heard crying for help, but there was no way to reach them. Their cries went silent when their rations and breathable air finally ran out. The sailors' remains were recovered about 6 months later as crews worked to salvage the wrecked ship, patching and pumping out the hull. On May 17th, West Virginia was afloat once again. It would be 2 more years before West Virginia was ready to join the fight, and fight she did, tearing across the Pacific in the final year of the war, fighting off the coast of the Philippines and supporting amphibious assaults at Iwo Jima and Okinawa. And on September 2nd, 1945, West Virginia had a front row seat for another moment of history. When Japan formally surrendered to the United States, she was the sole survivor of the Pearl Harbor attack present in Tokyo Bay. So whatever comeback you're mounting this week, we hope it's full steam ahead. Until next time.
Discussing what he and his administration have done to fight inflation. 2822's Heidi Martens has more about the presidential visit.
President Trump.
At this time tomorrow, the president will be speaking in the Poconos at
2822 News Night Shift starts right now.
Another utility company wants to increase their rates. PPL is requesting a rate increase of more than $356 million. A series of public hearings are now being held to give people the chance to comment on that request. The first one was held in Scranton tonight. And 2822's Avery Nape was there. He joins us live in Scranton with a recap. Avery?
Candace, good evening. Tonight's hearing was the first of 7 hosted by the PA Public Utility Commission. As you said, those hearings are giving the public and PPL customers a chance to comment and get involved in the PUC's decision-making process when it comes to that rate hike request.
As the temperatures plummet, utility bills tend to soar. And while PPL's recent rate hike request of more than $356 million would not kick in until next July, customers and elected officials took to Monday's Public Utility Commission hearing to say no to higher rates.
I don't want to have to choose between keeping the lights on or making sure I can afford food. No one should have to make that decision.
I eat ham sandwiches for lunch nearly every day. I make free coffee at work. We're all living on the edge already down here in the fading middle class. How much more blood do you want to squeeze from us?
The requested increase would mean a revenue boost of more than 33% for the company, and for residential customers using 918 kilowatt hours per month, a monthly bill increase of around $12 or 7%. PPL defending the requested hike by saying it will allow them to improve the existing grid, reduce outages, and improve customer service.
This request is meant to build a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid in the face of challenging weather and other energy changes.
Many customers who testified at the hearing convinced that those energy changes involve data centers.
It's really suspect to me, and I think the people that live where I live, that you are asking for rate increases when you have all these data centers.
Representatives of PPL, though, adamant that the request is not driven by data centers or the increased strain their operations could have on the grid, and say customers could actually see decreased bills as a result of their development.
We predict that transmission costs will reduce for all customers as those large load users take on a greater share of those transmission system costs.
And while that prediction remains to be seen, for now, customers just want peace of mind that they won't be paying more for their electricity next year.
Higher utility rates is not what PA residents want or deserve. Thank you.
Now, the PUC's final decision on that rate request is due July 1st of next year. You can find a list of dates, times, and locations for those 6 upcoming hearings under the link to this story on 2822news.com. Live in Scranton, Avery Nape, 2822 News. Candace?
Avery, thank you. President Trump is set to speak in the Poconos tomorrow, touting what his administration has done to fight inflation. He is heading to Mount Airy Resort in Monroe County and is scheduled to speak at 6 p.m. Now, his speech will focus on the economy and rising costs, which is a major topic he addressed when he campaigned across PA. The Monroe County Republican Party explains this is one of the most significant political events the county has seen in years.
I don't know of any sitting president having come to Monroe County in years past, so it's really big. But Monroe County was really pivotal in the election in 2024. Only 2 seats went from Democrat to Republican of the 425 in Congress, and both of those were in Monroe County.
This visit also is bringing heightened security. State police and the U.S. Secret Service are coordinating with local agencies and warning drivers to expect backups on Route 611, 196, and roads leading into Paradise and Pocono townships. Remember, stick with 2822 News tomorrow as we bring you the latest coverage of President Trump's visit to NEPA, both on air and online all throughout the day. We'll be streaming the entire rally in Monroe County on our 2822 Now app and social media pages. In our Instapoll question today, we had been asking, who do you think is most responsible for the current inflation? Here's the final vote, and the majority have said President Trump. Be sure to come back again tomorrow for another Instapoll question of the day. We are waiting to learn more after a road is closed from a heavy police presence in Carbon County tonight. Officials confirmed that Center Street between Pine and Oak Streets in Perryville closed down. Crews were called to the scene just before 3:30 this afternoon. There are no injuries at this time, but State Police Hazleton is handling that investigation. Get ready for a bitterly cold start tomorrow. Chief Meteorologist Josh Odell joins us now.
Yeah, it's already cold.
Yeah.
It's going to get even worse. Let's take you outside. This is our live camera in downtown Scranton. Obviously, we have the hotel in the foreground, but if you look in the upper right-hand corner, that is Montage Mountain. And they're going to open later this week. It's 11. The wind not bad, but it's still noticeable, so that puts that wind chill pretty close to 0 right now. Temperatures are running anywhere from about 5 to 15 in Lewisburg and Williamsport, 11 Wilkes-Barre, 9 Honesdale, 9 right now in Mount Pocono. In terms of that wind chill, we have it feeling like it's 4 below in Mount Pocono, but not quite so bad. Lewisburg and Selinsgrove a little bit better. That snow moving away. We're tracking this snow. Candace will time it out for you. See you in about 15 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Josh. With the frigid weather approaching, Wilkes-Barre has declared a code blue. Mayor George Brown says it's in effect today and tomorrow. Calvary Bible Church, located on South River Street, will serve as a shelter. The code blue runs through tomorrow morning with shelters open until 7 a.m. Lackawanna County also has declared a code blue. Starting tonight, St. Anthony's Haven, Weston Fieldhouse, and the Community Intervention Center in Scranton will open to help people get out of the cold. The code blue runs through Saturday morning with shelters open each night from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. A bizarre theft with a hefty price tag is under investigation in Wyoming County. The Wyoming County DA, along with local law enforcement, say that they are trying to track down the suspects related to a heavy-duty truck theft ring. Police say 3 Western Star triaxle dump trucks valued at $280,000 each were stolen on November 29th from Sherwood Freightliner, Western Star, and Isuzu Incorporated. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. A man faces charges after police say he attacked another man with a knife and a padlock in Northumberland County. It happened on December 6th at about 3 in the morning in Sunbury on North 2nd Street. Police accused 42-year-old Paul Henderson of Sunbury with stabbing the man multiple times in the leg area. Henderson took off but was later found inside a convenience store bathroom where police say he was trying to hide evidence. Henderson faces aggravated assault and robbery charges. Don't let porch pirates ruin your holiday cheer. A police department in Lackawanna County is stepping in to help protect packages this season. Dixon City Police announced that residents can have their deliveries sent directly to the police station. The department will accept any package, big or small, and is highlighting the safety of their building and parking lot to help make the holidays less stressful for the community. Packages can be picked up during regular business hours with a valid ID that matches the same name on the delivery, now through December 19th. The Wright Center is planning on expanding its operations in North Scranton. They're building a more than $5 million health center next door to its existing location on North Main Avenue. The current location will be demolished and used for parking. The new space will be nearly 8,000 square feet and include 10 exam, 4 dental, and 4 behavioral health treatment rooms. The project should be complete at the end of next year. 2 sisters with hearts of gold on a mission to make sure kids in their area have a toy this holiday season. Their annual campaign to spread Christmas cheer to less fortunate children coming up in tonight's Here's to You, Kid. And the Trump administration is offering help to one of the groups affected most by tariffs and trade wars. The big lifeline coming to farmers who are struggling. Still ahead. Many of us are filling those holiday wish lists for loved ones this month, but some are focused on giving gifts to children they don't even know. That's what two young sisters have been focused on for months. 2822's Mark Hiller introduces us to them in this week's Here's to You, Kid.
Look at this one. Whoa.
10-year-old Lily Wallace and her 8-year-old sister Alice seem like Santa's little helpers, stacking and packing toys at Watsontown Baptist Church, where their father is pastor.
That's never gonna fit. Oh yeah, we made it work.
They are behind what's billed as Two Sisters Toy Drive, an effort to provide less fortunate kids with new unwrapped toys for Christmas. Lily got the idea to do her own drive when she was just 5. She spotted a woman who had just received toys from another toy-giving effort and asked her father about it.
He said because some people can't afford Christmas presents. And I said, I want to do something about it.
But the pandemic put her plan on pause.
So Daddy said next year, hoping I'd forget about it. The next year I'm like, are we going to do that toy drive thing? And then that's how we started it.
When she came up with the idea in 2020, I was secretly hoping she would forget about it by 21 because it's a lot of work. But as the girls get older and they're able to do more and understand, they're involved in everything that we do.
Two Sisters Toy Drive partners with several central Pennsylvania businesses to collect donated toys.
Perfect timing. And she sticks the landing.
As crowded as the shelves look, they become depleted after Lily and Alice put together bags and boxes of toys, filling each of the more than 6 children's wish lists from Williamsport to Watsontown and several other communities in between.
It's really fun to get presents, but it's even more fun to give them.
The girls have seen the gratitude when families come to Watsontown Baptist Church to pick up the toys.
I remember one year this lady was so happy she almost cried that we could help her out. We gave her the gift, she happy cried.
The girls are getting an early lesson in charity, appreciation, and purpose.
Oftentimes kids are so consumed with their own list and their own wants, and for these girls it's about others. And I mean, what more could you ask for as a parent?
It makes me feel really happy knowing that I'm not going to be the only kid having a smile on my face during Christmas.
Here's to you, Lily and Alice. Mark Hiller, 2822 News.
Two Sisters Toy Drive has 2 collection dates this week, December 9th and the 13th, and you can learn all about helping with a toy or monetary donation by visiting 2822news.com. And if you'd like to nominate someone for Here's to You, Kid, let us know at 2822news.com under the NEPA's Children First tab. The state capitol rotunda is looking a lot brighter tonight. Governor Shapiro, his wife Lori, and other state leaders officially lit the Capitol Christmas tree. The 25-foot Douglas fir came from a farm in East Lehighton, Carbon County, and it's the tallest Capitol tree in more than a decade. It features more than 2,000 lights and 1,700 ornaments, all handmade by Pennsylvania children and seniors.
From the ornaments to the decorations, each passing generation makes the Christmas tree even better, an even greater and more powerful symbol of joy and of light and of community.
This year's theme was Timeless Traditions. It honored the hands and hearts behind Pennsylvania's tinkerers, craftspeople, and community creators. New details about several key pieces of evidence in the pretrial hearing for Luigi Mangione. Still ahead, the new testimony made by the Altoona police officer who found the alleged gun used in the murder.
no bonus.
President Trump threw a lifeline to farmers struggling to sell crops while getting hit by rising costs. President Trump was joined by farmers at the White House, where he announced a $12 billion aid package. The Trump administration says the money is coming from tariff revenue. Some farmers say the tariffs, particularly those on China, contributed to lower crop prices and higher operational costs. The Trump administration says the aid would be distributed as direct payments to farmers by the end of February. And President Trump's move to fire a Federal Trade Commission official, Rebecca Slaughter, is now before the High Court. The Supreme Court heard arguments today in the case. The Trump administration argued the High Court should have overturned a 90-year-old precedent known as Humphreys that limits when presidents can fire board members. The attorney representing Slaughter argued that siding with President Trump could give the president powers that extend to other agencies, such as the Federal Reserve. A decision on the case is expected by next summer. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine will not surrender any territory to Russia. Zelensky rejected the central Russian demand that President Trump included in his proposed peace plan following talks with top European leaders in London today. Ukraine and its European allies have been working to strengthen the country's position in negotiations. He says negotiators still need to hash out some security guarantees to deter Russia from attacking again. And Luigi Mangione was back in a New York courtroom as his pretrial hearing continues. On the stand was an Altoona police officer who told the court that she was one of the officers who started searching Mangione's backpack only after he was under arrest. She said she was making sure there wasn't a bomb before she put it in a police car. She said she found a loaded gun magazine wrapped in underwear. Back at the police station, she had a silencer, notebook, and a piece of paper on which Mangione allegedly planned his escape from New York. Mangione's lawyers are trying to suppress key evidence in that arrest from his trial. We will be right back with your forecast.
Good evening. Hope it's been a nice Monday for you. It has certainly been a cold Monday, and it's going to be a cold Tuesday morning. Our live camera in downtown Wilkes-Barre right now, it's 11. Feels like it's 3. I haven't been outside since 2 o'clock. This is going to be like a big slap in the face when I walk out the door tonight. Downtown Pottsville, pretty much a similar situation, except it's 12 and the wind isn't bad. We are tracking some snow south of us. That goes right out to sea. We're watching these snow showers. They're heading in our direction for Tuesday. Another one behind that for Wednesday. Right now we have 6 in Montrose, 9 Honesdale, 9 Mount Pocono, 9 Hazelton, a balmy 15 in Williamsport. These are the records for Tuesday morning. Near record cold tonight. We'll see if we tie or break any of these, but you get the idea. Sunny and cold in the morning, cloudy, warmer in the afternoon. Chance of a snow shower later in the day. Wednesday, more snow is possible, but at the same time, there could be a little mix involved. Starts Wednesday morning, ends Wednesday afternoon. By Wednesday evening, we're done. For the most part, anyway. Steadier snow developing between 6 and 10 Wednesday morning. Now, as it starts to warm up through the day, some of that snow has a potential to either change to or mix with a bit of a wintry mix or plain old rain. It should end between noon and 4. That's noon and 4 on Wednesday. This is what we're expecting. Not so much in the valleys, coating to an inch or 2, hilltops 2 to 4. Wouldn't be surprised if someone right around here, Back Mountain, parts of Wyoming County, Sullivan County, ended up with some isolated higher amounts. Wednesday will be the warmest of the bunch. That's why that mix potential is in that forecast. And look what happens here towards the end of the week. Back to the Arctic. We just can't break the cycle. Probably not going to break it next week either. Your future alert weather forecast tonight, frigid. Single-digit lows, wind chills a little bit below 0. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, snow shower in the afternoon, mid-upper 20s, maybe near 30. A weather alert day on Wednesday for that snow-rain combo. Thursday, some snow showers, not so bad Friday. Some snow showers Saturday morning. And then Saturday night, we could see a round of light snow. And then colder air follows for Sunday and Monday. So we're just kind of in this Arctic tundra.
Yeah.
You know? And I see Zelaya over there, our fantasy league. We're in playoff mode right now, paying close attention to some games.
Is there going to be a dumpster fight later?
Maybe next week. You never know. You never know how this is going to go.
Thank you, Josh.
You got it.
High school hoops to kick off the week, plus the Eagles, as Josh mentioned, in a battle with the Chargers out west. Nick Zelaya joins us now with sports. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Candace and Josh. Well, I was trying to check the score because that's the fun part about live TV is this is happening in real time, and I'm trying to figure it out. Well, it's Monday night. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles looking to snap a 2-game skid this season filled with ups and downs, a pair of 4-game winning streaks and a pair of 2-game losing streaks. The Eagles on that right now. And as we speak, 19-16, the Chargers driving the football in what's been an ugly, ugly football game. 7 combined turnovers between the two teams, but the Eagles, they could go to overtime in a couple of seconds. Like I said, the Chargers, they were on their way looking to tie the game and send it to OT, and that's exactly what they'll do. 19-19 Eagles. Chargers looks like we'll have some extra football out in Los Angeles as the Eagles look to improve to 9-4 with the win over LA. Well, this was also an entertaining game out at Pitt-Scenery on Monday night. The Patriots hosting Holy Cross. Crusaders up 8 at the half, and that lead up to double digits after Jack Alpert bottoms from the corner. Holy Cross up 34-18. And then later in the frame, it's Colin Farrell from long range. You bet. Farrell leading all scorers tonight with 17. No quit, though, from this Patriot team on its home court. Trying to keep that perfect record intact using the three-point game. And also a little defense. The steal leading to an easy Lucas Lopresto lay-in. Pittston's deficit just 43-36, but Holy Cross seals the deal on the road. Thomas Gavin, the 3, he had 15 and a fun ride back to Dunmore as Holy Cross beats the Patriots 58-42. Here's Coach Calais after the win.
Our league is going to be really good. So, you know, just by winning this and having success, again, I just think it's going to propel us into the year. And the same goal for everybody, around here. We want to win our holiday tournament. We want to win the league. We want to win the district. And you want to go through the state tournament and see if you can make it to Hershey. I mean, that's everyone's goal, but that's our goals, and you got to take it one game at a time.
Honestly, we had our ups and downs at the first game of Valley View, and this game showed how battle-tested we are and how much work we put in during the summer. So I'm really proud of these guys, and I'm excited for what the future leads.
Holy Cross will next return home Wednesday when they take on Holy Redeemer. Dallas girls basketball, 2 wins, each by 1 single point. A win's a win, though, and a chance to get its 3rd of the year at Wyoming area. Early on, it's the Mountaineers, defense to offense. Odessa Canton the steal on the other end. Mia Delgadio, the layup, and then Molly Walsh later on in the quarter. She's back healthy this season. A great sight to see her on the floor. Hits the jumper for 2 of her 12 on the night. For the Warriors, it's the freshman London Sobek working her way into the paint. Uses that glass for the easy 2. But Dallas looking strong here in December. Brianna Casey, she drills the 3 from the wing as Dallas, they win big over the Warriors, 55-20. That's all for sports. We'll be right back.
20
Alrighty, it will be sunny and cold in the morning. Single digits, maybe even a little bit below 0. 20s in the afternoon, more clouds around and a small chance of a snow shower. Better opportunity for some snow and maybe even a little bit of rain come Wednesday. Wednesday will be the warmest of the bunch, but tomorrow morning, not even close to warm.
Try not to look at it.
I know, don't.
If I cross my eyes, it becomes double digits.
Pretend like it's not there.
Yeah, right. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wow, that was something I have not seen before.
Today, caught on camera. An unprecedented pursuit calls for unprecedented tactics as a stolen big rig barrels forward in a multi-county chase. This one may require some heavy reinforcements.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, there's a Bearcat involved.
And
I got a customer that showed up here kind of drunk already.
An intoxicated patron brandishes 2 firearms inside a Riverside County restaurant. His parking lot encounter with police.
Don't get in the car, he's reaching for his waistband.
And a stolen white sedan pushes 130 miles per hour on the 71 freeway.
It looks like we've got a fire underneath that car.
What the 2 pursuit suspects are forced to do when the car bursts into flames. The dramatic ending. When every second counts and every decision could be life or death, watch these incidents unfold from KTLA's Eye in the Sky and the body cameras of those who risk it all. This is Caught on Camera.
What are the challenges with pulling over something of this weight and size versus the tools that you have when pulling over a car?
Just the mere weight and size of that vehicle makes it a lot more difficult. Obviously, we can't use things like pit maneuvers with that vehicle. The spike strips may not be as effective depending on the type of car or tires on the car. So those all affect us trying to intervene with the pursuit and bring it to an end.
We're also getting word that there was a call from a female saying that her dad had called her saying that he was in the cab of this truck trying to get out. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yeah, that's where we got the information about the passenger trying to get out of the vehicle.
And we don't know if perhaps the passenger was the original driver or we don't know the circumstances, I'm assuming.
Yeah, like I said, we don't know what the relationship between the driver and passenger are at this point, or how the passenger ended up in the vehicle with the driver.
I suppose the good news, if there is any here, is that this driver has not accelerated to great speeds because of the danger posed, obviously, by a vehicle of this size and weight. But is the strategy in a case like this to just essentially hope that the person stops and or runs out of gas and to try to keep it contained as to the extent possible?
Yeah, that's all we can really do at this point. Like the other intervention techniques that we have aren't really as effective on a vehicle this size. So whether the vehicle gives out on him, tires give out, or he just surrenders on his own would be ideal. It's just a waiting game with us at this point.
And the idea that some people might have that you can shoot the tires out or something like that. Obviously, law enforcement has weaponry to defend themselves when their lives are in danger. Would that ever be an authorized use of a weapon?
That would be a very extreme situation because that would be a deadly force situation. And shooting a moving vehicle isn't quite as easy as it is on TV.
Right.
And we're responsible for any bullets we fire. So if we miss or if there's any sort of ricochet or anything else, we're liable for that as well. So it would have to be extreme situations before any of that ever happened.
And just so we can remind viewers, we're now on the 5 freeway going northbound at Magnolia in Fullerton. This is a pursuit that began in Fontana, and we have with us on the phone Officer Stephen Reed from the Fontana Police Department.
And officer, I know sometimes when we're watching pursuits, we see authorities back off at times. And is that because they know the person behind the wheel, they know their identity, and there's an opportunity to catch up with that person at another time and maybe not put the public in harm's way?
Sometimes that could be the situation. I mean, every pursuit's a little different, and the circumstances around the pursuit and traffic, where we're at,
right,
all come into play with that. This one, now that we're under the impression that there's a kidnapping involved or someone being held against their will. It kind of changes the dynamics of just a pursuit of a stolen vehicle.
Yeah. Also wondering, we know that there is a cell phone in that cab because you confirmed that someone had called their daughter or a female. We know that then you got the information this person was being held against their will. Is there a hostage negotiator possibly calling that phone and trying to talk to the driver to end this?
The person that called us got a call from an unknown number, so we don't have any access to a phone number in that vehicle at this point.
And we just saw this person stick their body out of the side window and grab something.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, there's a Bearcat involved that is now, we've talked about the fact that the pit maneuver is not really an option here, but in this case we had an armored law enforcement vehicle actually strike the truck and is now in pursuit. Can you speak to what we're seeing here, officer?
I am not seeing it. I know we did have members of our SWAT team respond out that way. I don't know if that's our department or another department at this point. But I am not in a point where I can watch live to see what you guys are seeing.
I see.
Officer Reed, if you wouldn't mind just being on standby for just a moment, we also want to check in with Rich Prickett, who's overhead in Sky 5, with a bit of an update as to the whereabouts of this pursuit. Rich.
Wow, that was something I have not seen before. This Bearcat now in the mix here, trying to bring this pursuit to an end. We tried to punch in on the door just for a moment to see if we can get an agency, but it says police, it says North County. I'm not entirely sure where this Bearcat is from, but that certainly caught me by surprise. Just entered the frame there and tried to pit this big rig. And just prior to that, the passenger reached out from the window and grabbed something from the rooftop of a car. And then we saw a person that was standing near that car. It was kind of difficult to see what he might have grabbed, if it was a cell phone or just really tough to say what the passenger grabbed off the rooftop of that vehicle. And it looks like he might be circling around to the same area of that parked car and the individual that was on the sidewalk just before the Bearcat got into the mix here. And you're seeing another unmarked vehicle directly behind him. So possibly detectives, just kind of hard to say at this point. But now Fontana PD, the black and white, the squad cars have backed off, and the Bearcat is now basically the lead car in this pursuit as this semi continues to make its way through Buena Park, clearly more erratic at this point, crossing over lanes, not necessarily staying in its lane or going the speed limit as we have seen for the past hour or so. And now we're just going through a small residential area. We saw some people kind of try and get out of the way. We saw people that were walking around in some of these cars that are where this big rig is just kind of coming up in a hurry, and they just don't know that there's a pursuit that's happening in their neighborhood. And here we go. Let's see. He might go for, okay, so he's looking for that angle, and the driver of that big rig knows it, and you can see he kind of accelerates as soon as he sees that Bearcat get close, and they're squeezing by that flatbed pickup truck. And we're in a residential area at this point. It's a large car. Both of them are large, the big rig and the Bearcat. So likely won't see a pit here on this surface street here, but tries to take advantage of those turns to try and find an angle to spin this trailer around, or the tractor around. So going a little fast for a neighborhood here, about 40 miles an hour with parked cars on both sides. Looks like it's kind of curving around here, coming to a stop, four-way stop here. No one else, okay, cutting through. And those unmarked vehicles still behind the Bearcat at this point, monitoring this as well. Still have the helicopter overhead, Orange County Sheriff, I believe, still overhead watching this. And CHP giving updates as well. We did see CHP get involved when this tractor was on the 91 freeway. And that's really the only chatter we have heard from time to time. There's a car trying to get out of the way. But, you know, that passenger, you know, reaching out, not, you know, likely had the opportunity to get out of the car entirely, but just reached, grabbed something from the vehicle, from the rooftop of that car, and then got back in. So that was kind of interesting. Okay, so the Bearcat able to get in front of it and box him in. There's the unmarked cars, guns drawn. Passenger side is open at this point. We're going to have to be cautious here as to how tight we stay on the shot, but it looks like the passenger is getting out with his hands up. We'll try and get a little bit more forward on the tractor here. Why not just for a second here? You can see the whole intersection occupied now by law enforcement. Cars at a stop. All the officers converging now. He really doesn't have anywhere to go, at least forward. And he just hoped that he doesn't throw it in reverse. At this point, passenger, door open, hands up. And we'll see what happens here next. You can see an officer that's through the top of that Bearcat and has clear sight of the driver. And giving commands, has that rifle drawn. You can see the canine off to the right side, ready to go if need be. And here comes the driver, door open. I do not see anything in the hands of either one of these men that are getting out of this truck. Okay, backing up. Looks like he's complying at this point. And this is likely going to come to an end here any second as he is being commanded to back up towards officers. And they're going to slap the cuffs on this guy here in just a quick second. K-9 still on standby. They don't know what to... Ooh, okay, so down on the ground, guns drawn. Still don't know what's going to happen with the passenger other than the fact that he is... It appears that he is complying with commands at this point. Okay, the K-9 is being backed off and being brought around to the passenger side. One officer with that ballistic shield just in case. And so the driver now in custody. And officers are making their way around to take the passenger, or at least detain the passenger at this point. Whether or not he was in that vehicle against his will or not, they will still detain that person and determine whether or not he was an accomplice in this pursuit or possible big rig. Multiple agencies here, primarily Fontana PD. Hard to say where the Bearcat came from, but that was an interesting tactic. And that is something I have not seen in the course of LA pursuits. Okay, putting something down there, maybe a cell phone, kind of hard to say, but okay. Sidestepping from the car. As far as we know, just the two men that were inside that big rig. Not much room for more. Backing up towards officers here. And there we go. So both the driver and the passenger now in custody.
May 8th, 2025, in Vatican City, white smoke emerges from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, signifying the papal conclave has selected American Cardinal Robert Prevost as the 267th Pope.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
In Washington, D.C., President Donald Trump announces a framework trade deal with the United Kingdom. And in Riverside, California, an officer-involved shooting takes place in the parking lot of a bar and grill, where a man has been brandishing a gun inside.
This is Shindig's Country Kitchen.
What's going on there, sir?
Well, I got a customer that showed up here kind of drunk already, and he's brandishing. I got him out of the building, but he's in his car, and he's got two guns on him. And I told him he needs to just get out of the building, but now he's driving around the parking lot kind of weird.
It's 7:09 p.m. The Riverside Public Safety Communications Center receives a 911 call from the owner of Shindig's Country Kitchen Bar and Stage, where an intoxicated suspect, later identified as 28-year-old Isaac Umbries, has been brandishing two loaded .40 caliber handguns. One with 11 rounds, the other with 12, both with a round in the chamber.
Was he brandishing just one weapon, like one of his guns, or was both of them?
He's got two handguns tucked in his belt loop.
Oh, okay. Did he point the
But
gun
he's not
at anyone?
but he's not threatening anybody. He was acting totally normal. He's not being threatening to anybody, but he ended up pulling one of them out and put it on the counter. And then so that was when I was like, okay, this guy, I got him outside, but he's now kind of just driving around the parking lot kind of weird.
Gotcha. What kind of vehicle is he in?
But he's not acting like confrontational. He's really nice to me. Like, I'm not like trying to say this guy's acting like he's threatening us. He's just drunk and he happens to have a gun with him. He's a nice guy. I had a civil conversation, but I had to get him out of here because he showed his customer's gun.
And what car is he driving?
He's in a he's parked right out front. He's in a RAV4, probably like a 90.
Like an older model?
silver RAV4, Toyota RAV4.
Outside, Umbries, who's driven around the parking lot only to return to Shindig's to find the doors locked, is captured on security camera, stumbling along the sidewalk, his silver RAV4 occupying a handicap spot. Movement over the horizon as two Riverside police enter the frame on motorcycle. They shout commands at Umbries. Umbries raises his arms in the air, but despite the shouted commands, Umbries continues to approach his parked car and then makes a misguided decision to reach for his waistband. There's only one way this is going to end. The encounter is captured on the officer's body-worn camera.
Get on the ground right now.
Sit down. Get down. Don't get in the car. Don't get in the car. He's reaching for his waistband. He's reaching for his waistband. Don't move.
After firing 2 rounds, officers move in to take Umbries into custody, assess his injuries, and begin medical aid.
Back, on your back. Okay, I got the radio. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, he went back in. You're good. Give me your hand, dude. Come on. Hold on. You guys good? Yeah, hold on. Hang on. Hold on.
Officers recover an empty gun holster from Umbries' waistband. They later determined that Umbries had dropped one of his handguns while being escorted out of Shindig's, and the restaurant owner had placed it in the back of his vehicle. Umbries was transported to a local hospital with a head injury. 2 days later, a medically cleared Umbries was booked into the Robert Presley Detention Center. Umbries, who prior to the Shindig's incident had no recent arrests or known criminal history, was charged by the DA's office with carrying a loaded concealed firearm. Carrying a loaded concealed firearm in a vehicle, possession of a firearm by someone other than the registered owner, possession of a silencer, and obstructing a law enforcement officer, and released on $10,000 bail. Meanwhile, as is protocol, the use of force is being investigated by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department and District Attorney's Office. That use of force caught on camera.
Don't get in the car. He's reaching for his waistband.
this is Pomona right now. This is a vehicle that was stolen, and Pomona PD is in pursuit of the vehicle. It was on the freeway for a while and is now southbound on this street. It looks like Rio Rancho. They're saying actually going back onto the freeway here. This is going to be the 71 freeway southbound. So again, a pursuit here in this area just started just a little while ago with Pomona PD going in pursuit. Got on the 60 freeway, got to the 57, went south, and then turned around, came back to this area, and that's where we're picking it up now.
Just after 10:30 p.m., December 1st, 2022, Pomona PD is in pursuit of a suspected stolen vehicle. That stolen white sedan zooms down the southbound 71 freeway at speeds over 100, 120, 130 miles per hour as it pulls further and further away from pursuit ground units.
You can see the distance it's gained from those ground units. They've pulled off. It looks like dropped back far distance, and now they're going to leave it up to the California Highway Patrol to get units in position and try to pick this back up.
All right, so he's probably thinking that he's able to escape scot-free right now, but not so much. The airships are still overhead, and like you said, the CHP is getting into position right now.
The 71 freeway fairly clear at this late hour, leaving an open runway for the stolen vehicle, which continues at speeds far above 100 miles per hour as it exits at Chino Hills Parkway, travels underneath the freeway, and then loops back, now going northbound on the 71. Sky 5 signal briefly goes out, sending coverage back to the KTLA studio. There's no way of guessing what awaits when the chopper's connection is reestablished.
This is the northbound 71 freeway. This driver was being pursued by Pomona police on surface streets. They spent a little time on the freeway, on the 60, on the 57 as well, the 71 south into the Chino Hills area, and then got off the freeway at Chino Hills Parkway and got back on the freeway, 71 northbound. There was talk of the CHP taking over, and looks like we've got a fire underneath that car. Maybe they lost a tire, Gil?
Wow, all of a sudden the vehicle erupts in flames here, northbound 71, and now the driver's going to have to bail out. The car's actually on fire. Don't know what happened there. Probably running it too fast, too. There's the driver and a passenger. Driver's in red there, so we're going to stick with the driver. The passenger as well running away from the car that was at least smoking there when it finally came to a stop. But all of a sudden, for some reason, it erupted into some flames underneath the chassis of the vehicle, and there's the driver and the passenger running.
The running doesn't last long. Moments later, the sprint slows to a walk.
And this is going to be it. They're going to put their hands up as the unit gets into position here to make the arrest. But wow, a high-speed chase. The vehicle coming to an end on fire.
The driver and passenger get comfortable on the hard concrete, as surprisingly, traffic continues to pass them, the lanes unblocked. Meanwhile, the abandoned sedan continues to smoke, flames still burning from underneath. CHP and the fire department would ultimately extinguish those flames after they spread to the interior. But for now, attention on those two suspects.
And we do have the two suspects there down below. Making their way into custody, and as you see, they ran just about that far. Is that a woman?
It is. It's the woman driver being taken into custody. It looked like a male passenger that is there still on the ground. They're about to take that person into custody. But yeah, the female being walked away, she came out of the driver's side.
Wow. Okay, so an uneventful final moment after a little bit of drama, a car on fire on the 71 freeway.
When the sun goes down, you need that home field advantage.
When officials see my name on a caller ID, they answer. Yeah, Chief, can you update the situation?
Watch the team with the home field advantage.
Only on WBRE and WYOU. We start tonight with some breaking news.
Basketball.
Bump, bump.
Hello, welcome into another episode of We Witnessed. My name is Chip Brewster. I'm a national digital host with Nexstar Media, and on this program, I dive into the archives of the many stations that make up Nexstar Media Group. For this episode, we are headed to the Northwest, specifically our station in Portland, Oregon, KOIN, where one longtime reporter covered what really became the story of a lifetime. And for any child of the 90s out there, you might know the story or perhaps the name of the main character by something other than what it was actually called, Keiko. And to introduce you to Keiko and perhaps have you remember that other name, here's just a little clip from a place in Mexico.
Obviamente, este golpe se escucha mucho más fuerte por el gran oleaje que existe. Otra forma es emitiendo sonidos por el espiráculo, que es el orificio que se encuentra en la parte superior de la cabeza de Keiko, que es por donde respira.
And I've given it away in the lower third, as we call it. Yes, Keiko, also known as Free Willy, a very famous whale, certainly movie star famous. And let me add that this is the most degraded clip of archival video we have in this entire episode. So if you're a little perturbed by that, don't worry, there won't be much more of that. Let me bring in, though, our guest, the person who truly knows this story from start to finish, and that would be Lisa Balick. And Lisa is with KOIN 6, longtime reporter, also weekend anchor there. And Lisa, Keiko, you know, born in the 70s. So when I say from the very start, you didn't know Keiko as a baby whale. But when the story moved into Oregon, that's where you picked it up.
Yeah, it was in the 90s, Chip. Thanks for having me to take a look back at, you know, what was the most fascinating story I think I have covered over the years. Because, I mean, Keiko was worldwide known. And it is interesting, it all started, actually, his journey to what was hopefully going to be freedom, was at the end of that movie that you mentioned, there was a piece of information at the end saying, you know, please call, you know, to help free the whales, to stop basically, you know, getting whales in captivity, commercial whaling. And instead, everybody, all these millions of people and children called and said, we want to free Keiko. And that's how it all started.
It is interesting, and I had to put myself in that juxtaposition because I was a child of the 90s, so I watched it as a movie and went, wow, this is a cool movie, and didn't think anymore about the fact it was about freeing a whale in captivity whose main star was a whale in captivity. And so to have that posted and have that kind of reaction, honestly, just makes sense at that point.
Absolutely. And, you know, that really was a big push to try and do something. Craig McCaw, who was, you know, head of telecommunications company in Seattle, he came up with, you know, millions of dollars to help in the effort. Kids around the world send in money, and essentially that got the ball rolling. I actually went down to Mexico. I heard the possibility that the whale was possibly going to be coming from Reno Aventura, the adventure, you know, amusement park there in Mexico City, to Newport, Oregon, where there already was an established aquarium that was right on Yaquina Bay there. They could easily pump in the fresh seawater, although they had to build a facility for several $1 million. That's why Newport ended up being the place where Keiko ended up being relocated. So I actually heard about that there was a possibility it was going to happen. Took a flyer, really, went down to Mexico City. And let me tell you, one of the most incredible impressions I have in this story was walking into Reno Aventura and to see this whale sitting on its tail with its body, I would say, more than half out of the water, as if it was in some little community swimming pool somewhere. And it was a startling impression because it was warm water. I felt the water was warm water. They dumped salt into it. The caretakers there were tremendous. They really did the best they could. The trainers, they were, you know, gave from their heart to the whale, but clearly the facility was not what it needed to be for this whale, which was, as you saw in the clip, performing. And in fact, some of those trainers actually came with him to Oregon, worked with him. I got to know them very, very well over the, you know, few years that he was here.
Yeah.
But it was just such a sad situation to see the dramatic, you know, from what you see, that leap to freedom, to see where this teenage movie star was actually living at the time.
I can see you reliving that trip right now. I want to take, this show is all about archival footage, so I want to take the viewers back on that trip now as well so they can kind of catch up and understand. So here is a package that Lisa did from February 1995, that trip to Mexico she was just telling us about.
Goodbye, Mexico. Hello, Oregon. Keiko, the movie star in Free Willy, is moving north, but not as far as his birthplace, which was in Iceland 16 years ago. In Mexico City, the head of Reino Aventura, the amusement park where Keiko now lives, signed an agreement to give him away to the Earth Island Institute, an environmental group based in San Francisco. There was a lot of public pressure on the park and Warner Brothers after the movie to free Keiko, or at least improve his living conditions.
So we were looking for a facility that owned its own land, that was on the coast, that was in a cold water climate, and that had an infrastructure, that had animal care people there and good professional standards. And we looked around the country and Oregon came out on top.
At the Oregon Coast Aquarium this week, they'll start building a pool 3 times the size of this one. Veterinarians will work to fix Keiko's skin disease. They believe it's caused by a virus. In Oregon, they hope that they'll help this little guy gain some weight. Believe it or not, he's underweight at 2.5 tons. They'll feed him plenty of fish, 250 pounds a day. Keiko's trainers spend up to 9 hours a day with him. Carla Corral hopes she'll get chosen to make the trip with Keiko.
He's my best friend, he's my lover, he's part of my family, he's everything.
Keiko will keep up his training in Oregon, but there will be no public displays. The plan is to get him adjusted to a more natural environment and perhaps find him a girlfriend or return him to the wild. But for a killer whale, he's awfully friendly. In Mexico City, Lisa Balick, News Center 6.
You have to have remembered every moment of that particular story, right?
I remember pretty much every moment of covering this for more than 2 years because, again, it was the cliche, a whale of a tale, and the intrigue, the politics, negotiations, the care for the whale. Carla, by the way, was one of the people that did come up, and was, helping with the whale. But you can see right there, the human interaction was so tremendous with this whale. So when you think about it, the goal was to perhaps get him to freedom. But clearly it was going to be quite a challenge because he had essentially grown up in the company of humans and the interaction with humans rather than orcas. And that's a really good point. And I have a little timeline here. I'll recap very briefly. 1977-78, Keiko was born, captured 1979, so about 2 years old, near Iceland, taken to an aquarium. Then 82, transferred to an aquarium, Ontario, Canada. Then 85, sold to Reino Aventura in Mexico City, what we were just watching. Stars in Free Willy in 1993, so that's 8 years later. The outcry happens, and then as you said, this is 1995 where the agreement comes into place. The foundation was formed, and up to Oregon, Keiko is going to be moved. Now, I don't have good video of that particular moment, but I know I've got Lisa Balick who remembers covering every single moment. So tell us about the move from Mexico to Oregon. Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, first of all, there were, I think, several hundred folks from the media, for this that were there at the aquarium. And, it was quite a process, obviously, because, it's not like he's going to, hop onto, a plane. Right. It was a lot of work to try and put this, to put this whole thing together. It was in September of 1998, I'm looking at my notes, that he was flown in a C-17 military Air Force cargo plane. And, they pulled him up in a sling, had a special box built for him that was filled with ice. They kept, pouring the ice in. It was about 4 feet of water in there. And keep in mind with whales, I mean, yes, I became the trivia queen, the Keiko queen of trivia of whales, but of Keiko in particular. But they sleep, but they're essentially always awake because half their brain sleeps while the other half is awake because whales are conscious breathers. They have to get to the surface to breathe. And also you have the predator issue. So Keiko was awake essentially for the whole trip, and made it just fine. But looking at the the timeline of when this was happening, it was I mean, he was trucked to the, to the aquarium in a UPS. He was actually a UPS. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I have my planes wrong. The UPS
C-17 to Iceland,
the
UPS
C-17
to
was
Oregon.
Iceland. This one was basically a UPS 130 that brought him from Mexico City to Oregon. And it was just, it was incredible. I mean, there was a huge parade from the small airport, to the aquarium. I mean, it was lined up like it was, a New Year's Day parade with people. And then everything was set up, and, it took, quite a while. It was a rainy day, lifting him up in a big sling with a huge, 3-story high crane. In fact, there was a cover of Life magazine showing this at the time. Wow. And then put him into the, into the pool, and he just took right to it, started swimming around. And again, a dramatic difference from where he was. This was so much larger. It had huge underwater windows. And, maybe you have some of the video, but he was as fascinated with the crowds that came there. He wasn't performing anymore, as I mentioned, but he was on display in the sense of not up top where his trainers work with him, but down below there were these huge windows where everyone can just gather at the window, watch him. And his interactions with people, there's no question he was interacting. It wasn't just, oh, I think he looked at me. I mean, he definitely did.
Yeah, grew up interacting with humans. So that was 1996. And then 2 years later, we're going to get to the details of it after we take a break. So before that, though, for those 2 years, 96 to 98, before he gets moved to Iceland, what stories did you do on the rehabilitation, on the bringing back to health?
I was out there pretty much every day, making the drive from Portland to Newport, because, again, this was an incredible story. Every day brought something new. Wow. His trainers worked with him because he was, a couple thousand pounds underweight. Yeah. They had to try and get him to eat live fish. They had to get him exercise because he was essentially this thin, listless whale that really needed to be trained and exercised. And so they had all kinds of, plans to where they had him, try and leap up out of the water, and they ran around, many times with doing laps with him, getting him essentially in shape for what he might need in the open ocean. And they worked with him so well. It was astounding to see, once again, that he worked with the trainers. It was like any kind of animal that, responds to behavioral cues. He got to know their hand signals. They were in the pool at times with him, but, tried to, back off of that over time.
Yeah.
And, but the work that was being done every day, it wasn't like, oh, here's your walk. No, it was all day long that they were working with him to build up his strength, to build up his stamina, to get rid of that skin disease that you saw in him. That actually went away with that natural seawater over time. So to see him develop from essentially a listless, thin whale into a very strong orca was fascinating. I mean, they put in equipment in the water so they could monitor sounds he made when they weren't there, let's say overnight, and just really do a lot of research as well.
2 years of intense killer whale rehabilitation. And that led to another big flight. You teased it, talking about the C-17. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you to 1998 and that trip to Iceland. And Lisa will continue to join us to bring us this story, Keiko, that she got to see firsthand. We'll be right back. And we are back. Chip Brewster, I can't say my own name, Lisa Balick. I know Lisa's name at least. And this is We Witness. We were talking about a story of Keiko, the killer whale that many people know better by the name Free Willy, and the years of just, turmoil from the capture to rehabilitation, what we were just talking about, to the ultimate effort, Lisa, setting Keiko free, returning to the wild, which started with a trip to Iceland. So we're going to set everyone up with a package that you did. This is now, let me check my notes, September 1998, and Keiko's flight and arrival into Iceland. So let's step back in time.
The 10,000-pound passenger didn't have much wiggle room. No in-flight meals or movies. And the crew turned the temperature down to 50 degrees.
With a marine mammal, they have a problem with overheating. That's why we added about a ton of ice as well.
And for us, a very likely dream seems to be coming true.
Just 8.5 hours after leaving Oregon, Keiko arrived mid-morning in Iceland. A bit of a jolt when the Air Force C-17 plane broke some landing gear on touchdown.
Keiko isn't the first thing off the plane, because when you're traveling with a whale, well, you have a whale-sized load of luggage. In fact, that first container there contains Keiko's food that he'll eat for the first few days he's here in Iceland.
Children got out of school early to welcome their new neighbor. Keep in mind, only 5,000 people live in the Westman Islands. They couldn't see Keiko inside his custom-made shipping box, but they're glad he's here.
I think it's really great that Keiko's coming because, this is his natural habitat.
After a half-hour ride to the harbor, a huge crane lifted Keiko's box onto a barge. Tugboats pushed Keiko's barge out to his cove, just a few minutes away from the harbor. As I followed on a boat nearby, I realized this was the last time we'll likely ever be this close to Oregon's orca. Keiko remained calm for his final airborne ride, covered in lanolin to keep his skin moist during his trip to Iceland. This was the moment his keepers worked towards since Keiko came to Oregon. Free Willy was as close to freedom as he's ever been in 18 years. Back in his birth waters, he began exploring his new home. Keiko had a heyday exploring. He started eating right away, a sight that even got his gruff veterinarian a little choked up.
He swam into his new surroundings and he ate immediately. And as a veterinarian, as a medical supervisor, and as a human being, it can't get any better.
But Keiko's only just begun his journey to freedom. In Iceland, with photographer Laurie Olson, Lisa Balick, KOIN 6 News.
Lisa, it's one thing to report on a story. It's another to experience it. And so before we get into the news side of this, I want to hear from you, the person. What was it like to be there, to see all of this take place, to see the crowds turn out for Keiko?
It was exciting because, we often don't get to see something essentially full circle. And, to have the opportunity to have the support at my station, to be able to go there, to follow the story that I had followed in Oregon for about 2.5 years, pretty much daily. It was wonderful to be there, to be sort of the expert, back for the folks at home, doing reports. Just as a side, as a reporter, you have a tremendous time difference and, found a little place to stay. And I would literally sleep in my clothes, get up at 2 a.m, walk across the island, this little tiny island of Heimaey, and go to a little gas station in the dark, climb upstairs, and there was a scaffolding built that the network had built, stepped outside the window and went live for a newscast at, 3 o'clock in the morning with the baby behind me, and then, back to bed. So it was a wonderful experience. It was great, as you saw the veterinarian, to get him that far, where a lot of naysayers didn't think, anything would happen in terms of even getting him back to Iceland to the native waters.
And that was one of the early conversations is all of this effort worth it? And obviously it's going to depend on who you ask there. But the main point of debate is, can you get an orca that has basically spent their entire life in captivity able to survive in the wild?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely was a point of debate and discussion. In other words, once he got there, he was in that netted pen, which was about the size of a football field. It was anchored to the, sea floor. It had an opening, and at first they would open, he would swim out, and then come back, for meals. Still challenged with eating live fish. Mostly it was herring is what he was fed, 200 pounds a day. And they would then take him out. They would have a motorboat, take him out on sort of guided walks, into the ocean. And they introduced him to different whale pods, but, they do a lot of genetic work and were not able to identify his particular pod that he had come from. So things didn't click, so to speak, to find his tribe out there in the wild. And eventually, as I said, the netting was open so he could come and go as he pleased. And what happened eventually was that he went out and was gone and was found, about a month or so. Let me look at my notes, but it was quite a bit later.
Yeah.
He disappeared for 2 months in 2002, and he was discovered off Norway, about 800 miles away. So clearly he had the capacity to swim, the capacity to eat, to get that far. So those were some of the wins, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But then, he died of pneumonia. He was age-wise 27. Male orcas basically in the wild live anywhere from 30 to 60 years. So when you look at the support that was given to him, the private money that was spent, the research that was done, the tremendous research on orcas, you look at this and you say, well, was it a win? I mean, I think a lot of people would say, yes, it was a win because it really brought out the idea of should animals be held in captivity, and what about releasing them, and what about trying not to have the animals in captivity, promoting a lot of discussion in that area.
Yeah. I want to continue this part of our conversation, but first I'm going to step back one more time to the day after Keiko's arrival, because you did another great story, and I just want to share that with the viewers to let them in a bit more to see what that pen was like in Iceland. So let's go back to September 1998.
Keiko is just as fascinated as always with everything around him. Take a look. This guy has been cruising all night long here. He's like a kid in a candy store. Oregon's orca is exploring every nook and cranny of his new home. He's hardly slept a wink. He's so excited about living in the ocean for the first time in almost 20 years. Take a look at what he sees down below. The netting that makes up his pen allows lots of sea life to swim in and out. Keiko's got a lot more company here than he ever had in Oregon.
Here last night, the amounts of bait fish in this pool were amazing. They were all attracted by the light that we had out here, so they were up near the surface, and Keiko was looking at them.
The water temperature is about 50 degrees, the same as in Newport, and it seems Keiko is loving the climate. This seems to be ideal weather for Keiko. You have to keep in mind always that this is the area, Iceland, where Keiko is from.
He's transitioned so far in the first 24 hours quite well, much better than I had ever expected him to do.
Really? You're surprised?
And we're very surprised. I mean, that was a long flight. 11 hours is a long flight. And animals traditionally are a little stiff and a little slow.
His new home is still getting some adjustments. That means more to explore for curious Keiko.
Low, down, go.
They're already starting research here using hydrophones underneath the water. They record Keiko's sounds, and then his researchers connect those sounds with Keiko's movements.
I'd like to, predict that I'd have this bay pen open and allow him to be swimming in the bay by next spring. That'd be a wonderful thing to do, but I'm going to leave it up to him, and he seems to be doing very well so far, and after day one, and we'll just continue to keep our fingers crossed and work hard at what we're doing.
Keiko's great adventure is far from over.
2.5 years ago, this was a pipe dream.
In Iceland, with photographer Lori Olson and Keiko, Lisa Balick, KOIN 6 News.
And so there it is, that first full day, a little bit closer look at the enclosure, if you want to call it that, with netting. Lisa, you had mentioned that they would go on these kind of walks around the bay or swims around the bay with Keiko. I have in my notes, it was July 15th, 2002. That's when he was fully freed and began that trip to Norway. So it was about a month later, departed from Iceland, made to Norway. And then along the way, though, there were some issues that popped up. Wasn't fully engaged in the wild, would seek out human contact, even letting kids ride him out in the waters, and would go near groups of wild orcas, but remain 100 to 300 meters away. So never really fully reintegrated into the wild orca environment. And you listed great the wins and the potential losses, or at least what some people might call it that. Overall, though, what a fascinating story, just to have someone try to do this.
Yeah, and I think that's really what it was all about. As I said in the beginning in our conversation, that from the beginning you could see he was so attached to humans at that point, and he wasn't a 2-year-old anymore.
Yeah.
And he pretty much was a mature adult by the time he ended up back in Iceland. So to sort of all of a sudden change behaviors, if you think, as a human, how difficult it is to change behavior or your environment, you're a lot more malleable when you're a kid. As you get older, not so adventurous maybe. So I think there was never a promise that he was going to, go swim, and be free willy out with, the rest of the orcas.
Yeah.
But I think it surprised so many people that he got as far as he did. And keep in mind, there was a tremendous amount of research that was going on as well into orcas, which are obviously, a fascinating species. I mean, they're not an endangered species, but it's a species that still, there's a lot of work that's being done to study them, to help with their survival, because there has been, some problems. So I think from a research component, from a public awareness component, like you said, you were, a child back then, with the movie,
yeah.
And you then know that, and, talk to your kids about the movie and when they watch it and what actually happened, just the awareness of the animals that we are still putting in captivity, and for what purposes, and to maybe rethink a lot of that at this point as to, risk benefit gain. And again, Keiko essentially is the poster child for helping animals, to go back into the wild or not be, put in captivity in the first place.
Well, Keiko Queen, Lisa Balick, thank you for taking the time to revisit this story and introduce a whole another generation to Keiko's story and the list of everything that had happened right along with it. We really appreciate you joining us on We Witnessed.
Thanks, Chip. It was so fun to go back and enjoy it once again from having lived it, and then to go back and still remember how wonderful it was to be part of that whole adventure.
Absolutely. And I hope to see everyone else on another episode of We Witnessed. Take care.
Together with you, we're making bold changes.
PA homepage is now 2822news.com.
A new name that better reflects who we are.
Still your home for headlines, breaking news, and local sports.
Plus, one of America's most accurate forecasts.
But with a new modern name.
PA homepage is now 2822news.com.
Together with you at home and on the road, download the 2822 News app, available in the App Store and Google Play.
When the sun goes down, you need that home field advantage.
When officials see my name on a caller ID, they
We're here with former Olympic medalist free skier Devin Logan.
All right, Devin, let's talk about how you began skiing. I understand you started at the age of 2?
Yeah.
And that was a big family influence because your family all skied, right?
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 5, so whatever they did, I just kind of got thrown into it at an early age. So I probably got on skis around 18 months to 2 years old. I grew up in Long Island, New York, and my family would commute 4 hours up on Fridays to go ski at Mount Snow. And my brothers were in the winter program, so of course I had to follow along with them.
How much did they push you?
They pushed me a lot, actually. They pushed me so much that I wasn't able to do alpine skiing. That's why I went into free skiing in the first place. One of my biggest idols was like Peekaboo Street. So I had her poster up on my wall and just wanted to go fast. But there was kind of a beef between the alpine skiers and the free skiers.
Really?
And so they wouldn't let me be an alpine skier. So that's how I kind of got into half pipe and slopestyle, was just following them around.
More fun, right? You get more air, more jumps, freestyle, right?
Yeah, now in hindsight, I'm really glad that they did push me into that. But yeah, their influence in skiing just really helped me kind of get to where I am today.
When did you know that you had, X Games and Olympic caliber talent? Because you got your first podium, I think, at 15, really young. When did you know that, you know what, I can go far in this sport?
Yeah, it was about the age of 15 or 16. I was skiing around Vermont, traveling around to the East Coast, doing competitions there when I kind of got my first invitation to an out west competition. And yeah, really put my abilities on the board to see where I line up with everyone else. And kind of that's when I knew that I was capable of doing more with it. And as I turned 18, I got my first X Games medal, which was amazing. And then U.S. free ski team happened. Leading into the Olympic Games in 14, I had a really good run in X Games, but it's a judge sport. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, and I didn't make the podium. And I think that's what really fueled my fire to push it even harder in Sochi. And, at the end of the day, things work out the way they need to work out, and I got a medal there. So
2012, you suffer a pretty bad knee injury. You tore a lot of ligaments.
Yep.
At that point, did you think, this might be the end of my career? Or did you say, no, I'm going to overcome this. I'm going to get back on the mountain as soon as possible?
Yeah, I think at that age, being 18, your life flashes before your eyes a little bit, but at the same time, you're only 18. A lot of people were on my side telling me, it's not the end for you. Like, things happen for a reason. You just have to work really hard. And I think having that injury, again, all in perspective now, looking back on it, was something that I needed to focus in on what my goals and aspirations were. And I definitely had a different perspective on my skiing when I came back from injuries, of like what I wanted to accomplish on skis, let alone what the judges see, but like what I'm proud of putting out there, either the half pipe or slopestyle course.
And when you were rehabbing, I understand you kind of became a judge, right? You were judging other contests. That must have helped you to know what they're looking for when you get back on the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. You spend a lot of time off snow when your competitors are progressing and spending a lot more time on snow. So I thought that would be a good way of staying in the game, seeing what my competition's doing, but also learning what the judges are looking for, the conversations they're having in the booth, why they're, picking one runner over another run. And I think that really did help my skiing when I returned to snow and to competition.
2 years after your injury, you're on the Olympic team. I mean, that's incredible. Did you have aspirations of medaling like you did, or was there a feeling of, I'm happy to be back out here competing with the best in the world?
Well, first of all, just happy to be back on my skis and being able to do what I love. It was definitely an intense journey because the season I got back on skis was the Olympic qualifier season. So I knew not only did I have to feel good on my skis, but I also had to perform at a top level. And that's always questionable with injuries. And if they'll happen again, a lot of mental toughness was happening at that time, but I made the team, and I think that was a goal in itself. And then leading into the Olympics, I mean, Team USA sends the best of the best at that time. So beating out competitors, it just kind of felt like a relief when you get there, which is crazy to say. But also I had no expectations because it was our first Olympics. You hear from all these athletes that have done it before, what to prepare for, what to think, but every Olympics is different. So just going into it and not knowing what to expect, I was just enjoying the moment, being present. And yeah, first time I think I really was nervous for a competition because I knew that there was a lot of pressure on my shoulders. I was, skiing for the country, not just for myself. So.
And it was the first year that slopestyle was in the Olympics. You're kind of a pioneer. Did you feel like we have to do well in order to maintain this sport as an Olympic sport?
Yeah, I mean, again, I just wanted to put down the best run I could put down that day. That's all I could control. And then dealing with everything else was just like icing on top. Yeah, but winning an inaugural silver medal for my sport, still the only one for the women's side for slopestyle, which is crazy. I'm hoping that someone comes in and gets that gold and takes me off the podium. But no, it's something that no one will ever take away from me. I kind of relive those days, the glory days, but it's something that, yeah, I'm super proud of. And looking back at the journey, it's kind of crazy to talk about now that that's what I went through and
It's been
what I
almost
did.
12 years. Yeah.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Yeah. To be a broadcaster now, you see the other side of it and you can see the pressure they're going through rather than going through it yourself. What is that like?
I think it's awesome. First and foremost, like having that female voice in a booth is very much needed. I also know that the current athletes appreciate that. Hearing someone that has gone through it can speak for the athletes, encourage them, lift them up is something that's been needed in our sport, but also I do relate to what they're going through. I can relate to the audience and tell them, this is kind of the process and break it down because it is a niche sport and it is a judge sport. It's hard to follow along. So being able to help viewers understand that just to grow their love for the sport, like maybe they'll be watching more of these events more yearly instead of every 4 years.
Can you even compare what the tricks that when you were doing back then to what they're doing now? Because it seems like the sport just keeps elevating and elevating literally into the air. Is there a limit for the tricks that these guys can do?
It seems like there is no limit because when I was an athlete, double flips were definitely huge. We saw the men's side doing that, but now women are doing double flips, even triple flips. You're going up to rotations of 2160s. So it's hard to just like think of that in your head and watching. You're just like, what just happened? But I think that's what's so awesome is I love the sport so much that I still follow along and being able to commentate. I stay relevant in the sport. I know what these athletes are doing. Learning more of the athletes and introducing myself to the newer athletes is pretty funny to me. Just like, hi, I'm Devin. Nice to meet you. And
do they know like your history that you're the only woman to earn a medal?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about
Some people remind them about that.
Yeah, it's on social media, so they're probably following along at some point. But no, it's cool to just see the progression of the sport, see, where I was once at and now what the level is currently is really cool. And I'm glad I'm able to talk to people about it, not actually perform those.
Then you're so well spoken. We can tell. Is broadcasting, is that something you want to do for however long they'll have you?
I mean, it is an experience that I would hope to get more of in the future. I do have a communications degree. Luckily, after the ski team, I finished up my degree at Westminster down in Salt Lake. So it's cool to utilize my degree in a career path that I can see it working very well. But no, I'm just excited to go and elevate our sport, elevate the athletes, and hopefully get some new viewers and fans and followers.
How much research do you have to do, not just for the U.S., which you obviously know a lot of these skiers, but worldwide? You're going to be commenting on a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, a lot of research. I mean, the last 2 seasons, I've been doing live venue commentating for all the domestic World Cups here in the United States. So that's something I'm going to continue this year. So it'll be kind of a good practice leading into Cortina. And I think you're going to see a lot of those same athletes at Milan Cortina. So I just keep watching all the videos on social media. What are they doing? A lot of athletes are like hiding tricks and gonna maybe perform them for the first time at Cortina. So you never know what's gonna happen, but just bring the energy and just, I think how you hear my voice and excitement, fans and people will catch on to that.
Now, a lot of people don't know that U.S. ski and snowboard, it doesn't get federal funding, that there's a lot of sponsorship, fundraising that has to happen, and you're a part of that.
Yeah.
That's
another job.
Another job. It's unbelievable. What has that been like? Obviously, it's such a popular sport, but do you find difficulty raising money? Because it takes money to succeed in this sport, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's the most eye-opening when people find out that the U.S. isn't government funded. Like every other country in this world. You know, we are the best of the best, but we also have NBA and NFL and NHL and all these athletes that get paid millions and millions of dollars, when we have athletes here that are living off of food stamps, working 3 jobs just to get the opportunity to go represent their country, let alone hopefully win a medal. That's another thing. It's question, did you go to the Olympics? Did you medal? And that's just the expectations from the United States. But having that in my transition and being asked to, you know, or fundraise for our athletes now, knowing how much work it takes. And again, free skiing is so small in the grand scheme of U.S. ski and snowboarding. It's a new sport. We've only been to 3 Olympics, but we've come home with 15 medals in 3 Olympics. Compared to other sports, it's just trying to have other people understand our athletes, our sport, and like what our athletes are like, especially off the snow, and how much they're succeeding outside. So yeah, talking to a lot of donors, a lot of sponsorships, and just getting them excited and introducing them to our current athletes to hear their stories. And that's what it comes down to, is like, you can perform in the bib, you can't perform, but the stories and the experiences our athletes have gone through is what makes our donors and the donations come in for these athletes, because they know how hard they've worked to get to this point.
Do you find it is easier to find sponsorship?
I think it's always a sales pitch. You know, you want to give the facts. You want that elevator pitch. What can you get portrayed to someone in 30 seconds? And then as that grows. But I think, again, having the Olympics as a platform has already grown and progressed our sport, and that is bringing in revenue and sponsors because of our athletes doing what they do best and performing in those critical spots. And it's awesome to see. And I think once people come and see our sport live is when they get hooked. And if you ever stand at the bottom of a 22-foot half pipe and watch our athletes go 22 feet in the air, doing double 16s, landing, it's like a thrill. And I think once you see it live for the first time, you're going to be a fan for life.
Bum, 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 bum.
Basketball.
Bum, bum.
John Test still got it.
Future Alert Weather isn't just your forecast, it's your ultimate advantage. Accurate and dependable. You get what you need to plan your day with confidence.
Future Alert Weather only on 2822 and 2822news.com.
bonus.
President Trump threw a lifeline to farmers struggling to sell crops while getting hit by rising costs. President Trump was joined by farmers at the White House, where he announced a $12 billion aid package. The Trump administration says the money is coming from tariff revenue. Some farmers say the tariffs, particularly those on China, contributed to lower crop prices and higher operational costs. The Trump administration says the aid would be distributed as direct payments to farmers by the end of February. And President Trump's move to fire a Federal Trade Commission official, Rebecca Slaughter, is now before the High Court. The Supreme Court heard arguments today in the case. The Trump administration argued the High Court should have overturned a 90-year-old precedent known as Humphreys that limits when presidents can fire board members. The attorney representing Slaughter argued that siding with President Trump could give the president powers that extend to other agencies, such as the Federal Reserve. A decision on the case is expected by next summer. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine will not surrender any territory to Russia. Zelensky rejected the central Russian demand that President Trump included in his proposed peace plan following talks with top European leaders in London today. Ukraine and its European allies have been working to strengthen the country's position in negotiations. He says negotiators still need to hash out some security guarantees to deter Russia from attacking again. And Luigi Mangione was back in a New York courtroom as his pretrial hearing continues. On the stand was an Altoona police officer who told the court that she was one of the officers who started searching Mangione's backpack only after he was under arrest. She said she was making sure there wasn't a bomb before she put it in a police car. She said she found a loaded gun magazine wrapped in underwear. Back at the police station, she also found a gun, silencer, notebook, and a piece of paper on which Mangione allegedly planned his escape from New York. Mangione's lawyers are trying to suppress key evidence in that arrest from his trial. We will be right back with your forecast.
Good evening. Hope it's been a nice Monday for you. It has certainly been a cold Monday, and it's going to be a cold Tuesday morning. Our live camera in downtown Wilkes-Barre right now, it's 11. Feels like it's 3. I haven't been outside since 2 o'clock. This is going to be like a big slap in the face when I walk out the door tonight. Downtown Pottsville, pretty much a similar situation, except it's 12 and the wind isn't bad. We are tracking some snow south of us. That goes right out to sea. We're watching these snow showers. They're heading in our direction for Tuesday. Another one behind that for Wednesday. Right now we have 6 in Montrose, 9 Honesdale, 9 Mount Pocono, 9 Hazelton, a balmy 15 in Williamsport. These are the records for Tuesday morning. Near record cold tonight. We'll see if we tie or break any of these, but you get the idea. Sunny and cold in the morning, cloudy, warmer in the afternoon. Chance of a snow shower later in the day. Wednesday, more snow is possible, but at the same time, there could be a little mix involved. Starts Wednesday morning, ends Wednesday afternoon. By Wednesday evening, we're done. For the most part, anyway. Steadier snow developing between 6 and 10 Wednesday morning. Now, as it starts to warm up through the day, some of that snow has a potential to either change to or mix with a bit of a wintry mix or plain old rain. It should end between noon and 4. That's noon and 4 on Wednesday. This is what we're expecting. Not so much in the valleys, coating to an inch or 2, hilltops 2 to 4. Wouldn't be surprised if someone right around here, Back Mountain, parts of Wyoming County, Sullivan County, ended up with some isolated higher amounts. Wednesday will be the warmest of the bunch. That's why that mixed potential is in that forecast. And look what happens here towards the end of the week. Back to the Arctic. We just can't break the cycle. Probably not going to break it next week either. Your Future Alert weather forecast tonight, frigid. Single-digit lows, wind chills a little bit below 0. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, snow shower in the afternoon, mid-upper 20s, maybe near 30. A weather alert day on Wednesday for that snow-rain combo. Thursday, some snow showers, not so bad Friday. Some snow showers Saturday morning. And then Saturday night, we could see a round of light snow. And then colder air follows for Sunday and Monday. So we're just kind of in this Arctic tundra.
Yeah.
You know? And I see Zelaya over there, our fantasy league. We're in playoff mode right now, paying close attention to some games.
Is there going to be a dumpster fight later?
Maybe next week. You never know. You never know how this is going to go.
Thank you, Josh.
You got it.
High school hoops to kick off the week, plus the Eagles, as Josh mentioned, in a battle with the Chargers out west. Nick Zelaya joins us now with sports. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Candace and Josh. Well, I was trying to check the score because that's the fun part about live TV is this is happening in real time, and I'm trying to figure it out. Well, it's Monday night. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles looking to snap a 2-game skid this season filled with ups and downs, a pair of 4-game winning streaks and a pair of 2-game losing streaks. The Eagles on that right now. And as we speak, 19-16, the Chargers driving the football in what's been an ugly, ugly football game. 7 combined turnovers between the two teams, but the Eagles, they could go to overtime in a couple of seconds. Like I said, the Chargers, they were on their way looking to tie the game and send it to OT, and that's exactly what they'll do. 19-19 Eagles. Chargers looks like we'll have some extra football out in Los Angeles as the Eagles look to improve to 9-4 with the win over LA. Well, this was also an entertaining game out at Pitt-Scenery on Monday night. The Patriots hosting Holy Cross. Crusaders up 8 at the half, and that lead up to double digits after Jack Alpert bottoms from the corner. Holy Cross up 34-18. And then later in the frame, it's Colin Farrell from long range. You bet. Farrell leading all scorers tonight with 17. No quit, though, from this Patriot team on its home court, trying to keep that perfect record intact using the three-point game. And also a little defense. The steal leading to an easy Lucas Lopresto lay-in. Pittston's deficit just 43-36, but Holy Cross seals the deal on the road. Thomas Gavin, the 3, he had 15 and a fun ride back to Dunmore as Holy Cross beats the Patriots 58-42. Here's Coach Calais after the win.
Our league is going to be really good. So, you know, just by winning this and having success, again, I just think it's going to propel us into the year. And the same goal for everybody, you know, around here. We want to win our holiday tournament. We want to win the league. We want to win the district. And you want to go through the state tournament, see if you can make it to Hershey. I mean, that's everyone's goal, but that's our goals, and you got to take it one game at a time.
Honestly, we had our ups and downs at the first game of Valley View, and this game showed how battle-tested we are and how much work we put in during the summer. So I'm really proud of these guys, and I'm excited for what the future leads.
Holy Cross will next return home Wednesday when they take on Holy Redeemer. Dallas girls basketball, 2 wins, each by 1 single point. A win's a win, though, and a chance to get its 3rd of the year at Wyoming area. Early on, it's the Mountaineers, defense to offense. Odessa Canton, the steal on the other end. Mia Delgadio, the layup, and then Molly Walsh later on in the quarter. She's back healthy this season. A great sight to see her on the floor. Hits 2 of her 12 on the night. For the Warriors, it's the freshman London Sobek working her way into the paint. Uses that glass for the easy 2. But Dallas looking strong here in December. Brianna Casey, she drills the 3 from the wing as Dallas, they win big over the Warriors, 55-20. That's all for sports. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, it will be sunny and cold in the morning. Single digits, maybe even a little bit below 0. 20s in the afternoon, more clouds around and a small chance of a snow shower. Better opportunity for some snow and maybe even a little bit of rain come Wednesday. Wednesday will be the warmest of the bunch, but tomorrow morning, not even close to warm.
Try not to look at it.
I know, don't.
If I cross my eyes, it becomes double digits.
Pretend like it's not there.
Yeah, right. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. And 2822's Avery Nape was there. He joins us live in Scranton with a recap. Avery?
Candace, good evening. Tonight's hearing was the first of 7 hosted by the PA Public Utility Commission. As you said, those hearings are giving the public and PPL customers a chance to comment and get in.
And 2822's Avery Nape was there. He joins us live in Scranton with a recap. Avery?
Candace, good evening. Tonight's hearing was the first of 7 hosted by the PA Public Utility Commission. As you said, those hearings are giving the public and PPL customers a chance to comment and get involved in the PUC's decision-making process when it comes to that rate hike request. As the temperatures plummet, utility bills tend to soar. And while PPL's recent rate hike request of more than $356 million would not kick in until next July, customers and elected officials took to Monday's Public Utility Commission hearing to say no to higher rates.
I don't want to have to choose between keeping the lights on or making sure I can afford food. No one should have to make that decision.
I eat ham sandwiches for lunch nearly every day. I make free coffee at work. We're all living on the edge already down here in the fading middle class. How much more blood do you want to squeeze from us?
The requested increase would mean a revenue boost of more than 33% for the company, and for residential customers using 918 kilowatt hours per month, a monthly bill increase of around $12 or 7%. PPL defending the requested hike by saying it will allow them to improve the existing grid, reduce outages, and improve customer service.
This request is meant to build a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid in the face of challenging weather and other energy changes.
Many customers who testified at the hearing convinced that those energy changes involve data centers.
It's really suspect to me, and I think the people that live where I live, that you are asking for rate increases when you have all these data centers.
Representatives of PPL, though, adamant that the request is not driven by data centers or the increased strain their operations could have on the grid, and say customers could actually see decreased bills as a result of their development.
We predict that transmission costs will reduce for all customers as those large load users take on a greater share of those transmission system costs.
And while that prediction remains to be seen, for now, customers just want peace of mind that they won't be paying more for their electricity next year.
Higher utility rates is not what PA residents want or deserve. Thank you.
Now, the PUC's final decision on that rate request is due July 1st of next year. You can find a list of dates, times, and locations for those 6 upcoming hearings under the link to this story on 2822news.com. Live in Scranton, Avery Nape, 2822 News. Candace?
Avery, thank you. President Trump is set to speak in the Poconos tomorrow, touting what his administration has done to fight inflation. He is heading to Mount Airy Resort in Monroe County and is scheduled to speak at 6 p.m. Now, his speech will focus on the economy and rising costs, which is a major topic he addressed when he campaigned across PA. The Monroe County Republican Party explains this is one of the most significant political events the county has seen in years.
I don't know of any sitting president having come to Monroe County in years past, so it's really big. But Monroe County was really pivotal in the election in 2024. Only 2 seats went from Democrat to Republican of the 425 in Congress, and both of those were in Monroe County.
This visit also is bringing heightened security. State police and the U.S. Secret Service are coordinating with local agencies and warning drivers to expect backups on Route 611, 196, and roads leading into townships. Remember, stick with 2822 News tomorrow as we bring you the latest coverage of President Trump's visit to NEPA, both on air and online all throughout the day. We'll be streaming the entire rally in Monroe County on our 2822 Now app and social media pages. In our Instapoll question, who do you think is most responsible for the current inflation? Here's the final vote, and the majority have said President Trump. Be sure to come back again tomorrow for another Instapoll question of the day. We are waiting to learn more after a road is closed from a heavy police presence in Carbon County tonight. Officials confirmed that Center Street between Pine and Oak Streets in Perryville closed down. Crews were called to the scene just before 3:30 this afternoon. There are no injuries at this time, but State Police Hazleton is handling that investigation. Get ready for a bitterly cold start tomorrow. Chief Meteorologist Josh Odell joins us now.
Yeah, it's already cold.
Yeah.
It's going to get even worse. Let's take you outside. This is our live camera in downtown Scranton. Obviously, we have the hotel in the foreground, but if you look in the upper right-hand corner, that is Montage Mountain. And they're going to open later this week. It's 11. The wind not bad, but it's still noticeable, so that puts that wind chill pretty close to 0 right now. Temperatures are running anywhere from about 5 to 15 in Lewisburg and Williamsport, 11 Wilkes-Barre, 9 Honesdale, 9 right now in Mount Pocono. In terms of that wind chill, we have it feeling like it's 4 below in Mount Pocono, but not quite so bad. Lewisburg and Selinsgrove a little bit better. That snow moving away. We're tracking this snow. Candace will time it out for you. See you in about 15 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Josh. With the frigid weather approaching, Wilkes-Barre has declared a code blue. Mayor George Brown says it's in effect today and tomorrow. Calvary Bible Church, located on South River Street, will serve as a shelter. The code blue runs through tomorrow morning, with shelters open each night from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. Lackawanna County also has declared a code blue. Starting tonight, St. Anthony's Haven, Weston Fieldhouse, and the Community Intervention Center in Scranton will open to help people get out of the cold. The code blue runs through Saturday morning, with shelters open each night from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. A bizarre theft with a hefty price tag is under investigation in Wyoming County. The Wyoming County DA, along with local law enforcement, say that they are trying to track down the suspects related to a heavy-duty truck theft ring. Police say 3 Western Star triaxle dump trucks valued at $280,000 each were stolen on November 29th from Sherwood Freightliner, Western Star, and Isuzu Incorporated. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. A man faces charges after police say he attacked another man with a knife and a padlock in Northumberland County. It happened on December 6th at about 3 in the morning in Sunbury on North 2nd Street. Police accused 42-year-old Paul Henderson of Sunbury with stabbing the man multiple times in the leg area. Henderson took off but was later found inside a convenience store bathroom where police say he was trying to hide evidence. Henderson faces aggravated assault and robbery charges. Don't let porch pirates ruin your holiday cheer. A police department in Lackawanna County is stepping in to help protect packages this season. Dixon City Police announced that residents can have their deliveries sent directly to the police station. The department will accept any package, big or small, and is highlighting the safety of their building and parking lot to help make the holidays less stressful for the community. Packages can be picked up during regular business hours with a valid ID that matches the same name on the delivery, now through December 19th. The Wright Center is planning on expanding its operations in North Scranton. They're building a more than $5 million health center next door to its existing location on North Main Avenue. The current location will be demolished and used for parking. The new space will be nearly 8,000 square feet and include 10 exam, 4 dental, and 4 behavioral health treatment rooms. The project should be complete at the end of next year. 2 sisters with hearts of gold on a mission to make sure kids in their area have a toy this holiday season. Their annual campaign to spread Christmas cheer to less fortunate children coming up in tonight's Here's to You, Kid. And the Trump administration is offering help to one of the groups affected most by tariffs and trade wars. The big lifeline coming to farmers who are struggling. Still ahead. Many of us are filling those holiday wish lists for loved ones this month, but some are focused on giving gifts to children they don't even know. That's what two young sisters have been focused on for months. 2822's Mark Hiller introduces us to them in this week's Here's to You, Kid.
Look at this one.
Whoa. 10-year-old Lily Wallace and her 8-year-old sister Alice seem like Santa's little helpers, stacking and packing toys at Watsontown Baptist Church, where their father is pastor.
That's never gonna fit. Oh yeah, we made it work.
They are behind what's billed as Two Sisters Toy Drive, an effort to provide less fortunate kids with new unwrapped toys for Christmas. Lily got the idea to do her own drive when she was just 5. She spotted a woman who had just received toys from another toy-giving effort and asked her father about it.
He said because some people can't afford Christmas presents. And I said I want to do something about it.
But the pandemic put her plan on pause.
So Daddy said next year, hoping I'd forget about it. The next year I'm like, are we going to do that toy drive thing? And then that's how we started it.
When she came up with the idea in 2020, I was secretly hoping she would forget about it by 21 because it's a lot of work. But as the girls get older and they're able to do more and understand, they're involved in everything that we do.
Two Sisters Toy Drive partners with several central Pennsylvania businesses to collect donated toys.
Perfect timing. And she sticks the landing.
As crowded as the shelves look, they become depleted after Lily and Alice put together bags and boxes of toys, filling each of the more than 5 dozen children's wish lists from Williamsport to Watsontown and several other communities in between.
It's really fun to get presents, but it's even more fun to give them.
The girls have seen the gratitude when families come to Watsontown Baptist Church to pick up the toys.
I remember one year this lady was so happy she almost cried that we could help her out. We gave her the gift, she happy cried.
The girls are getting an early lesson in charity, appreciation, and purpose.
Oftentimes kids are so consumed with their own list and their own wants, and for these girls it's about others. And I mean, what more could you ask for as a parent?
It makes me feel really happy knowing that I'm not going to be the only kid having a smile on my face during Christmas.
Here's to you, Lily and Alice. Mark Hiller, 2822 News.
Two Sisters Toy Drive has 2 collection dates this week, December 9th and the 13th, and you can learn all about helping with a toy or monetary donation by visiting 2822news.com. And if you'd like to nominate someone for Here's to You, Kid, let us know at 2822news.com under the NEPA's Children First tab. The state capitol rotunda is looking a lot brighter tonight. Governor Shapiro, his wife Lori, and other state leaders officially lit the Capitol Christmas tree. The 25-foot Douglas fir came from a farm in East Lehighton, Carbon County, and it's the tallest Capitol tree in more than a decade. It features more than 2,000 lights and 1,700 ornaments, all handmade by Pennsylvania children and seniors.
From the ornaments to the decorations, each passing generation makes the Christmas tree even better, an even greater and more powerful symbol of joy and of light and of community.
This year's theme was Timeless Traditions. It honored the hands and hearts behind Pennsylvania's tinkerers, craftspeople, and community creators. New details about several key pieces of evidence in the pretrial hearing for Luigi Mangione. Still ahead, the new testimony made by the Altoona police officer who found the alleged gun used in the murder.
Welcome to this edition of Border Report Live. My name is Rudy Mideles, and I am your host here in Harlingen, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley of deep South Texas. Got a great program lined up for you today. In just a little bit, our South Texas correspondent, Sandra Sanchez, is going to be leading a conversation with Mr. Nicholas Gildersleeve from Doctors Without Borders. He's going to be coming to us live from Tapachula, Mexico. That's a city in the southeastern state of Chiapas, near the border of Guatemala, as well as near the Pacific Ocean. So we're looking forward to that conversation in just a little bit. But first, as always, let's go ahead and start today's edition by taking a look at what's trending across the border. Starting with a city council meeting in New Orleans got wild last night when a group protesting Operation Catahoula Crunch were tossed out of the meeting. Listen to the screaming and shoving that took place. Now, the protesters were initially outside but went into the council chambers when it started raining. During the meeting's public comment session, one advocate explained to council members how the operation would impact the city. The group wanted city officials to stand up to ICE and Border Patrol. News crews at our sister station WGNO captured the moment things got heated once a councilman motioned to suspend public comment on the topic. The group was asked to leave due to them chanting and yelling, but they refused, which resulted in New Orleans PD officers having to carry individuals out of the room. Police say no arrests were made. In South Carolina, more than 300 of their Army National Guard soldiers are on their way to Washington, D.C. for a 90-day mission. It's all part of President Trump's operation, which he says will keep the Capitol safe and beautiful. The mission was planned a month ago, and this is the second time these troops have been deployed to D.C. There's already National Guard troops deployed to Washington, and yesterday, a U.S. appeals court handed a victory to the president's effort to keep troops in Washington even longer. The ruling halted a lower court order that would have ended the deployment in the coming days. As we told you earlier this week, Mexico is entering a new era for its labor force. The government has officially announced a minimum wage increase starting in January, and President Claudia Sheinbaum is pushing for a 40-hour work week. Reporter Jorge Vela explains what it means to workers and businesses along the U.S.-Mexico border.
Mexico plans to reduce the work week from 48 to 40 hours, pending congressional approval.
We will reduce the work week by 2 hours starting in 2027, so that we are at 40 hours by 2030.
Araceli Garcia, who works at a factory known as a maquiladora in Reynosa, says the change is welcome.
It's good because we're always standing, since most of us work standing up, and it's many hours. Sometimes the shift is 12 hours, so it's very good that they reduce it.
The change is expected to not affect workers' pay. It comes alongside a new minimum wage increase set for January 1st, 13% nationwide, and 5% for border areas like Reynosa.
It's good because it had been many years without having a higher pay. And now we also won't have to be looking so much for overtime, because that's the only thing that helps us.
Not all are in agreement. Microparte CEO Jorge Martinez, who has businesses in Monterrey and McAllen, says this won't increase costs and affect small and medium businesses like his. Martinez points out these labor changes come amid high costs due to inflation.
In the end, the worker is going to get more, but things are going to cost more for them. So there isn't really a benefit because of a lack of structure in that sense, where for populist reasons, you raise the minimum wage and, oh, how great, but everything ends up becoming more expensive.
He adds the medium-sized businesses like his will carry most of the burden as large companies shift to automation, potentially reducing Mexico's international competitive edge.
One of Mexico's strongest advantages in terms of competitiveness is its labor force and the number of young graduates we already have who are prepared. And if you make these kinds of increases, everything moves upward and we stop being as competitive as Asia still is.
Martinez says he will not lay off workers and hopes productivity remains strong. He believes the new policies can help Mexicans earn more, buy more, and use credit to purchase goods. But he may have to raise prices.
Plainly, if the wage increase was by a certain amount, it has to be that exact amount directly. There will be no kind of advantage taken in a situation like this. We are going to be very, very measured, fair, and very meticulous in the process.
Working for you in McAllen, I'm Jorge Vela.
Thank you so much, Jorge, for your reporting on that. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, our South Texas correspondent, Sandra Sanchez, is going to lead that conversation with Mr. Nicholas Gildersleeve of Doctors Without Borders in Tapachula, Mexico. Stay with us. Border Report Live will be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back to Border Report Live. Joining me now is our South Texas correspondent Sandra Sanchez, as well as our guest for today's program, Nicholas Gildersleeve with Doctors Without Borders in Tapachula, Mexico. Thanks for joining us today, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, we're so lucky to talk to you directly from Tapachula, which is on the border, Mexico's southern border with Guatemala. Now, Nicholas, you're the base director there. This is a big stopping point for migrants. It's always been a migration point for people coming into Mexico. But recently, you all issued a press release that called it, quote, a dead-end border town for migrants. What's happening? What's going on there?
Yes, good afternoon, Sandra. Thanks for having me in your program today. Basically, what is happening now is there's still a high influx of migrants coming into Mexico, but Tapachula is a place where they will stop the journey for a few months or even years because of an administrative issue. They're not allowed now to go further up north in Mexico if they don't have all the proper paperwork with their migration status.
Okay. So any idea how many people are there in Tapachula right now waiting, and what are the conditions like?
The numbers, I think, I don't have access to the numbers of migrants here, but what we have seen so far is every day in our clinics, we have medical clinics. Doctors Without Borders is a medical organization that works all around the world. And in the clinics where we attend patients, we can see the three main countries now that are coming in our clinic come first from Haiti, then Cuba, and then Venezuela. And basically what we see is they have arrived within a few days or within a few weeks. So first thing they do when they arrive, basically, they don't know what are the procedure, where to go, what to do, and they have to go to the local authorities to see what are the procedure exactly to get their asylum status. And I think that's the main challenge now, because before they would get the paperwork and they could go through the whole country, but now it literally stops in Tapachula. If they try to go further up north, they will be sent back either to the border or to Tapachula.
Hence a dead-end border town. So walk us through these steps. What do they have to do? What government agency do they have to apply to? What do they have to show? What kinds of documentation?
So basically, in their journey, for example, we have talked firsthand, for example, with Asians that recently arrived. They either leave Haiti or Republic Dominican, and then they take a flight to Panama, then Nicaragua, and then they go by land all the way up to Tapachula. And that trajectory, usually they have to buy a package. They buy a package, and that package will insert them, that they will be able to go all the way up to Tapachula. But the challenge they have on their journey is mainly today, for example, in Guatemala, well, they will be stopped either by authorities or by different armed groups that will ask them money, or they will be also victim of different forms of violence on their journey. So we have to see that they're leaving their country like Haiti, where there's a high level of violence, and they will still go through some violence in their process all the way up to Tapachula.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, and then just on their paperwork, basically they have to arrive in an institution that it's called the Comar here in Mexico, where it's the first step for them to get their paperwork. So basically they arrive in that institution, they give their coordinate, and then they will wait a few months for the process to start. And then after that, they go through a process of getting signature. So every two weeks, they need to report to those offices to make sure that they're here in town, in Tapachula, till the day that they will be either accepted or not to stay in the country.
Okay, let's unpack it a little bit. You said a package, a travel package. Are you talking about paying coyotes to bring them up toward the United States when you say package?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what they share with us. They share the amounts, and they have to pay. And sometimes they will get the security to get all the way through Tapachula, and sometimes they will not have that success. And some countries accept them to go through, like in transit. For example, Honduras and Nicaragua, but arriving in Guatemala, that's where they have most challenges in their journey today when they go from Panama.
When you meet people, are they aware of the asylum policy changes in the United States and even in Mexico, or are they surprised when they get to Tapachula and they're stopped?
I think they don't necessarily know. What they know is they want to reach Mexico for their dream to go further up north. But now they're resigned to stay here. Like they're resigned to stay here, and for some of them, it's a surprise to arrive here. And they say, if I ask asylum, then I will be able to continue my journey and go up north like it was in the past. But today, the wall is not in the border of Mexico and the United States. There's an administrative wall now here in the border of Guatemala and Mexico.
Wow, that's really profound. You know, we don't think of it that way, right? Are they allowed to work at all if they apply the proper paperwork? What can they do?
Basically, when they arrive, they don't have the proper paperwork, and they're afraid to get arrested by the local authorities because until you start your process, you're an illegal migrant here in the country. So by the time they start the process, then they can start working properly and having access to the different government services. But the first few weeks, they're quite afraid to even move around Tapachula and to go and access the different services. I think there's for them also this insecurity, of being in Tapachula and arriving here and not necessarily knowing what is the process and what they can do.
You mentioned Cubans, Haitians, and I think you said Venezuelans, the other group, right? Mostly.
Exactly. That's what we have seen mostly, but we can still see from all around the world, from Africa, from Middle East, from Latin America. And I think, like, again, last week, we had people going through the Darien, some Ecuadorian, for example, that were going through the Darien and going up here. So it's not because there's a wall today between Mexico and the United States that people will stop coming.
Are you seeing people coming through the Darien Gap then still? Because I know that several government authorities have been saying that the number of migrants crossing that very dangerous stretch of land that includes Panama, where there's no cell service and people get very injured and sick and subject to violence, extortion. The numbers of people crossing there has gone down. But are you still seeing people who come through the Darien?
We still see, and we used to have a project also not long ago, also in the border in the Darien with the Doctors Without Borders in Colombia and Panama. So we still see, but for sure the numbers are going down. The numbers are going really up. And we're getting much more Haitian, for example, and those the Haitians now, they have the route, they have the route with the plane and coming all the way up here. And that's a community that we see more and more that was not there as high as before.
So I know you mentioned it. Say it again. Where do they fly to from Haiti?
So basically, if they manage to get on a plane from Haiti, because it's not the same as going on a commercial flight from Republic Dominican, the flights are out of Haiti. It's a bit chaotic. I was told, like yesterday, from a patient that they sometimes sell 200 spots on the plane and there's only 100 seats.
Wow.
So the first person who arrived that gets the spot and will be able to get on the plane. And then their journey doesn't stop there. They go through Panama, then Nicaragua. Then they have to go by road, and they have to go through three countries, through Nicaragua, Honduras, and then through Guatemala. And I think that's the challenge that they have. They're leaving a country where they face high level of violence, and they still go through some levels of violence through their journey up to here. So when they arrive here, some of them are like, oh, it's much more peaceful than my country, but still today, there's different groups that controls the flux of migration, like we were saying earlier.
Still very, very dangerous. When would you say you started noticing this bigger surge of Haitians coming to the border there?
I would say in the last month, the last few months, we really noticed that, because before there was those big caravans. In the last year, we used to accompany them, giving medical and mental health services to them on their journey up north. But this has stopped since the beginning of mid-October, were the last caravan, and so I would say the last month or two, we have seen a rise in the Haitian arriving here in the country.
Here in South Texas, we noticed a big number of Haitians that started coming in the past few years. Noticed it in the Del Rio sector back in 2020. They were really coming in. Suddenly, all the migrant shelters were scrambling to find French speakers to communicate with them. But we have not really seen, our border is really slowed down now. So that's interesting. Do you think that they will find a way, to make it north, or are they really just stuck in Tapachula?
I think, unfortunately for them, like for their role, they're stuck here for a while, because what we have seen, like you have seen in the last year, there's been international aid cut from the Trump government and from other governments all around the world. And this has really, really affected the activities of international organizations, NGOs, and all that. So there's still an influx of migrants, but there's less services available for them. So the process will get longer and longer. Like when they start the process, there's less funding to attend those migrants that before. So I think this is also something we have to take into account. And another thing, for example, for the Haitian, one of their biggest barriers, like you were saying, it was about the French, but it's not only the French, it's the Creole. Like the Creole from Haiti, like most of them don't speak Spanish, don't speak French, and they arrive here. Like most of the Latin American people that come and migrate here, they will have access to the service and be able to exchange and to have proper medical care. But for them, that's their biggest challenge. We have seen, for example, for us this week, there are some patients we didn't manage to see because we didn't have enough translator in our team. Sometimes that's a challenge, and I think we have to focus also on that vulnerability. It's not just about the violence, but it's also about how you have access to the service.
And as this nonprofit organization, Doctors Without Borders, known throughout the world, what are the cases? What are you seeing? What are the ailments? What are the struggles? What are the medical or mental health needs that you are seeing of these people there in Tapachula?
I mean, our project in Tapachula, the main focus is on victims of torture, victim of sexual violence, victim of violence, and with all those different components that comes with it. Like last week, for example, we did a medical clinic and we received some sexual violence victim in the last 72 hours of their journey. So then you have to address that quite quickly, for the transmission of HIV or other infectious disease. And I think also it's about the trauma on the mental health side. The trauma is quite high because they're leaving their country with years and years and years of violence, and they arrive in a country here that there's still violence present. It's not like if you arrive in Canada or another European country, you arrive in Mexico where there's still high level of violence. So I think that's our main focus is victim of torture, victim of violence, victim of sexual violence, and also mental health problems.
Do you have enough supplies? What does your organization need, and what do you think the solution is to help these people?
I think the solution is for the government to have a more open, open heart. Open heart in their policy, because migrants will find a way. If it's not by land, they will come by sea, and by sea they will be exposing themselves much more also if they come by the ocean, if the land is blocked. So migration will continue. So we have to adapt our services all around the world for migrants, especially for access to healthcare, shelter, education. And for example, in the access to healthcare here, yes, it's free access to healthcare, but after they see a doctor or a nurse in public service, after that, the challenge they have is access to proper medicines. And that's what we've seen. Sometimes we refer to the hospital, and the next day they refer back for us to give them the medicines.
When you say government to have a bigger heart, Mexican government, the U.S. government, both, which?
I think it all comes, for example, it all comes from the U.S. policy and the U.S. policy that we have seen in the last 10 years, more or less 10 and 15 years. And I think the challenge there is to make sure that those policies are much more human, and that we will not expose them. We're exposing children, pregnant women, young kids to go through those journeys. Again, yesterday I was looking at the news here, and in the river crossing between Guatemala and Mexico, 2 kids died again in drowning, not because they want to cross illegally. They don't want to cross legally because then they will not be able to cross. So all those policies that they make up north or in Europe has accounted for a lot of death on the journey that those migrants are coming through.
Wow, really shocking. And you mentioned policies. The government, the United States, just yesterday announced that the work permits were going to be reduced from 5 years to 18 months for migrants who are here to work. So, all that is information to filter down to the people that down there that I'm sure aren't aware who are trying to come here.
Exactly, and not having access to the information. I mean, their dream is to have better condition. And what we have seen is how they manage to do this journey is because they are sponsored most of the time by family members in the United States, and that's how they manage to do that journey. And they want to get everybody in the world want to get a better living conditions, and to go through the Darien or through the ocean or through those different dangerous places. I mean, it's because they're desperate for a more peaceful life.
We've been speaking with Mr. Nicholas Gildersleeve with Doctors Without Borders in Tapachula, Mexico. Unfortunately, we are out of time. A very incredible conversation. Hopefully, we can bring you back on in the future, sir, and discuss this a little further, because I think it's hard for people at home to really grasp the danger when we're talking about places like the Darien Gap and the things that these people are trying to get to in search of a better life. So, again, we appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, stay with us. Border Report Live is back in 2 minutes. back to Border Report Live. My name is Rudy Mideles. If you missed our conversation that Sandra Sanchez was leading with Doctors Without Borders Director in Tapachula, Mexico, Mr. Nicholas Gildersleeve, remember you can always stay informed on the story shaping the U.S.-Mexico border in audio form, as Border Report Live brings you real-time updates, expert insights, and voices from both sides of the border on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, the iHeartRadio app, and on YouTube. I wanted to bring in our South Texas correspondent Sandra Sanchez one more time to talk about a story that she's been working on. Tell us about it.
Yeah, actually, really fun story. Yesterday, I went out to far western Starr County to the Salinenio Wildlife Preserve. This is right on the border. You could throw a stone from the gate entrance to the Rio Grande overlooking Tamaulipas, Mexico, and there is a brown jay bird, believed to be only one of 9 in the entire United States. And he actually, I did a live shot, or look live shot. I was standing there with my camera and I was whispering because he was just over my left shoulder and I didn't want to scare him. And they'd kind of given me permission to step into the zone where people are really not supposed to step because they don't want to spook the birds. But, you know, this is a bird that is not endangered, and it is a species that lives in Mexico, but it doesn't come north of the river very often. It has not been seen has not been seen here at the Wildlife Preserve since 2012. So there are people coming from all over the world to try to get a glimpse of this. And you know what? It's about 3 times bigger than a green jay. Everybody knows South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley for our green jays. You find them at Santa Ana National Wildlife Reserve. Well, this brown jay blends in with the trees, and he's very food aggressive. You know, he knocks the other birds out as he goes for those seeds. But it was really fascinating, the conversations I have with people who came to see it. And, you know, we ran out of time today. We'll try to get that video on the show soon, but you can see it on borderreport.com.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Sandra. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you getting that guest from Tapachula, Doctors Without Borders. Incredible conversation there. Yeah. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us today. We appreciate you being here so much. Until next time, my name is Rudy Mideles for Sandra Sanchez here in South Texas and the rest of the team across the border. Have a good one.
It's weather designed for the future. Accurate and dependable. Sunrise to sunset, you get what you need to plan your day with confidence.
Future Alert weather, only on 2822.
Today, caught on camera. A shootout in Boyle Heights. Officers trade fire with a suspect who's been wandering the railroad tracks brandishing an assault rifle. Once the smoke settles, the search begins. Then,
it has been high speeds all the way down the Grapevine.
Robbery suspects make their way from Bakersfield to LA County. When the road runs out, the 4 suspects decide to go for a twilight stroll.
They're starting to run out of gas here.
And in Orange County, deputies stand off with a felon at large in a cul-de-sac driveway. But it's not just humans who are in the car.
There's a pet involved in all of this. They've got a little dog that's sticking its head out the window.
When every second counts and every decision could be life or death, watch these incidents unfold from KTLA's Eye in the Sky and the body cameras of those who risk it all. This is Caught on Camera. The wrong side of the tracks. It's a common idiom that originated back in the 19th century when railroad tracks would physically separate the more and less affluent areas of town. But sometimes it's not about what side of the track you're on. Sometimes crime happens on the tracks themselves. It's September 21st, 2025, just after 12:30 in the morning. Patrol officers with LAPD Hollenbeck Division respond to a call of a man armed with an assault rifle in Boyle Heights.
Hi, I'm right here at like a view spot in LA next to the train tracks. I don't know exactly the address, but there's a guy with assault rifle shooting at people that drive by.
Do you know if anybody's down? Need a paramedic?
No, nobody's screaming or anything, but he's like just blatantly standing right here. He just shot at somebody, and it's not an airsoft gun.
Okay.
It's
Can
for
you
sure.
give nearest intersection? I know you said you don't know exact location. What would be the nearest cross streets? Do you know?
Let me put a pin.
Are you
my,
on Myers Street?
Yeah, on Myers Street. Yeah, right next to the train tracks.
Okay. And is he on foot or is there a car?
He's on foot. He's just standing on the train tracks, blatantly holding the gun. Because I'm just standing right here, and he just shot at somebody, like, having a good time playing their music, and they, like, ducked behind the car, and you could see the flash from the gun. So it's for sure real.
Okay. You still have visual of him?
Yeah, he's just watching he's just standing right here.
Dispatch puts out the radio call to nearby patrols.
Hollenbeck units shooting in progress. North Myers Street, suspect by the railroad tracks behind warehouses, suspect male has assault rifle shooting at multiple people. In 120, 8451, stand by for district.
Upon arrival, officers begin to search the area. The scene near the railroad tracks not all that dissimilar from those in dystopian SoCal set films like They Live, The Running Man, or Escape from L.A. Moments into the search, gunfire rings out and an officer-involved shooting occurs. The terrifying incident caught on officer-worn body camera.
No,